Well, we'll convene the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors. We're starting with work session today. It's Monday, November 23rd, 2020, 2:00 p.m. Meeting being conducted from the board chambers, 4th floor at the courthouse, and by Zoom. And our first work session today will be with our budget director, Stella Rundy, and it's a work session to discuss the FY22 budget planning. So without further ado, I will, unless Ann or Jay have any comments or questions, I'll turn it over to Stella for this portion of the meeting. Okay, Stella.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hi, fine.
Hello.
So I've asked for this work session today to start work on our FY22 budget. And it's hard to believe that we're actually here, considering all we've been doing over the past several months, but it is time to start kicking off our budget. So I wanted to start with an outline of the budget calendar and process. So let me share my screen here. Doesn't look like I can do that right now, but I will send this calendar to all of you. Maybe I can just forward it to.
So you should be able, this is Dawn, you should be able to share it now. You're a co-host.
Okay. Let me try. There we go. See if that will pop up. Nope, I think that's the wrong thing. What are you guys seeing from me?
We're seeing the general.
I'm seeing the budget calendar.
Oh, you are seeing it. Okay.
22.
All right, perfect. It didn't look like it was showing on my screen. Okay, so this is just the outline of how our budget calendar goes. So I just want to do a quick walkthrough of this. So today obviously is the first date on our calendar. I want to start discussion on the FY22 budget. Between now and January 1st, a lot will happen, but on January 1st, the auditor will certify valuations to the Department of Management and all the levy authorities. That it's a big moment in budget because we'll know our valuations at that point. And then between January and February, obviously we have a lot of work sessions, but by February 10th, we'll need to make our final budget decisions in order to meet all of our publishing deadlines. So February 22nd, we would approve the notice of public hearing on Senate File 634. If you guys remember from last year, this was the new requirement that the legislature set for us and extended our budget by about 2 weeks because of this additional publication. On February 24th, that would get published in the newspapers. And then on March 8th, we would hold the public hearing on Senate File 634. So we have to hold a public hearing, and then the board adopts the tax asking by resolution. And then the same meeting, we would approve the notice of public hearing on the proposed budget. So on the full budget. And then the following Wednesday, so March 10th, we would publish that budget in the local newspapers. And March 22nd would be the public hearing on that budget. So at that time, we would adopt the budget resolution and then direct our auditor to certify and file by March 31st, which is our state deadline. And then later in the year, June 28th, we do an appropriation of the FY22 budget, excuse me. So we appropriate by fund and department all of our expenditures, and then July 1st, our FY22 calendar begins. So that's just a quick rundown of the process. Obviously, the second week of January through the second week of February, we'll do our budget work sessions. So I would ask you to the board to hold their calendars during that approximate month of time. Last year, we had about 12 work sessions on budget during that time. So we can look at scheduling on the same days or times each week, or we can just look at everybody's calendars to see what works best for everybody during that time. And then between now and about the first of the calendar year, I'll be working with departments to generate their budgets and other requests. So that's the basic calendar. We'll fill this out more as we schedule work sessions and walk through all of this. But does anybody have any questions on that part? Okay. So then,
any questions for Stella?
so the next thing,
None for me.
okay. The next thing I wanted to discuss is the initiatives I want to kind of look at for the FY22 budget. Each year I'd like to tackle kind of a couple of things as I work through it and get to know the budget better and better each year. So the first thing I'd like to talk about, and this is meant for discussion between the board, amongst the whole board, so please jump in if you have questions or comments. The first thing I'd like to talk about is the departmental operating budgets. So in light of COVID-19 and the uncertainty it still brings us, I'd like the board to consider directing department heads and elected officials to, as they prepare their budgets, to consider no increase in the operating budgets this year. This isn't something we've done in a while, but I think this is a good time for everybody to be very attentive as they prepare their budgets and really consider the overall organization and not just their individual department. So we're very strong and we've weathered this COVID pandemic exceptionally well so far, I believe. And I want to keep our financial position strong well into the future. So I think this is a good time for us to look at, for everyone to be very thoughtful as they prepare their budgets and to consider looking at no increases to the operational departmental budgets. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, if you have any.
Stella, can you be more descriptive about what's included just generally in an operational budget? You know, what, just be
Sure.
a little more descriptive, please.
Sure. It's your typical office expenditures, any kind of like office supplies, also salaries and wages are included in there. I'm not proposing that that is unchanged, but I'm asking that the overall departmental budget, the categories can change within it or the amounts can change within any category, but to look at trying to hold those steady for a year as we continue to weather this pandemic.
And that would include increased personnel.
We can discuss that. I'd love to hear your thoughts, whether you think that should or could, it could be included in the total, you know, whatever personnel increase would decrease other expenditures within that department. That's one way we could do it.
And the supervisors is also a department. We are our own department, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So what would be operational changes for us if the director position is made
Sure.
permanent? Would that
Sure.
affect our operating budget?
It would, but I think that would go under an improvement request, essentially. So, I mean, that would increase your operating budget as an improvement, not as just a general operating increase. Things like in your budget, say the supervisor's budget, one line item that you use heavily but haven't used heavily this year is mileage and travel. Obviously, your group, the three of you haven't been traveling as much. There hasn't been the need to travel as much, and hopefully, you know, we get back to that at some point, but it's unknown when that will happen. So that's a line item that would fairly easily be able to absorb some other expenditure.
Do you, do you see potential points of conflict with any particular department where this is going to be problematic? I mean, you know the budget far better than we do in terms of the mechanisms.
Sure. I haven't looked at each individual budget for this topic, but I think, you know, we could get pushback on this. I just think it's a good discussion to have, and it's a good almost challenge for each department head to be real critical of what they're doing at this time and being very thoughtful about it. And this is not the expenditures too. I want to make sure that this isn't the capital expenditures. This is just the general operating budget.
And then can you just be descriptive of what's the difference between general operating and then an improvement? What, I mean, examples
Sure.
of that in the past?
So improvements could be new personnel, improvement could be equipment, improvements could be programs that are new. So things that we have not done in the past. So it's in addition to what we're currently doing. So we look at those separately, and I don't propose that we change that. We would continue to look at those separately. I believe in the past, we have operated under this method of not increasing operational budgets year over year. And I just welcome your thoughts on all of that.
Well, some of the questions are, they always help me, but also I know that Supervisor-elect Harley Potoff is with us as well, and just give him, you know, just flavor and tone. Hopefully you'll meet with him privately and begin discussions about any questions that he might have as well. In the past, I know that we have purchased vehicles for departments that were in my first year needing reliable transportation just to do their jobs. I'm going to, you know, put zoning in that category. If someone has a vehicle need, is that an operational budget then?
No, that would go under capital expenditure if we're going to look at purchasing a vehicle versus just typical reimbursement or something like that. I would put that under a capital expenditure.
Supervisor Wickham, do you see anything that would be problematic to just say that this is a good goal to have?
Well, my questions would be for Stella, maybe to provide the board, what were the historical increases or changes in previous years in the same category you're talking about now? So were they, 10 basis points or 1 or 2% increases or decreases? What happened in previous years related to maybe the freeze you're talking about? And then probably the bigger question I'd have for the board and for anyone involved with the budget is why? So why now? I mean, I was a proponent for freezing wages this last year. I was a proponent for many other budget items, and that's because, one, the pandemic costs were unknown, and our overall financial position was less clear. Many of those conditions have changed. So we know what their federal reimbursement is. We know generally some of the expenditures we've faced with COVID-19. So, and we'll know very shortly the valuations, which should be an increase in overall revenue categories. So my question would be, why now? And where was everybody 9 months ago when we should have been tightening our belt?
Well, we did pause about capital improvements, and we discussed that. So the only thing I think that there was full-throated discussion about, and it's been decided, was about increases for personnel. So, that's water under the bridge, so to speak. But as we start and set the budget for the next fiscal year, I'm concerned that we're using the right descriptive terms, because an improvement versus an operational budget unchanged, that means something in our county industry that isn't necessarily understood by the public. So if the public understands this to be that the operations are frozen, that would be misleading, I think, because that's not what we're saying at this time. We're just asking departments to not budget in increased expenditures in postage and hold the line on travel expenses, right, Stella? Isn't that what we're doing?
Essentially, yes.
And that seems reasonable, and it seems something we could expect, because we certainly don't think our folks are going to be attending trainings other than virtual trainings. Stella, did you even go to a training this year? I mean, I know you always have a very highly, a very high level professional training that you've attended. Maybe that was virtual, or maybe you didn't.
Yes, I did virtual trainings this year.
Right.
Yeah. So my point would just be why and what are the impacts? So, if you're trying to be impactful, what does this mean? You're talking about whole dollars, obviously wages and wage increases would have been the most impactful. If you're talking about whole dollars, changes we made and appropriations we made to the jail, and 700,000 would be impactful. So I'm not interested in doing anything that would be less impactful and just more of a statement. So I need to know, Stella, maybe a little bit more about what are the dollars behind it and how do they compare to previous years?
Okay. I will work on generating that information.
Stella, this is Supervisor Baker. Have you looked at I know there's, I don't know what the proper term is, cushion built in to every department's budget, because the mortal sin is to shoot low and then go over. So, I mean, we have some departments that say, well, we come in under budget, but that's the law. They can't go over budget. Do you have history on department by department, what they typically have at the end of the fiscal year, what goes back in? And you'd probably have to pull out the operational things. It wouldn't be fair, for example, for like roads that might have $1 million project that didn't get finished. That's not what you're talking about at this point. But there is a reason to budget a little higher. And so are you asking the departments to look at, what we have in place, is that satisfactory for the upcoming year? Because if they increase it every year, at some point, it may be quite a bit more than what is needed. I'm probably breaking it into layman's terms here, but that's what I'm hearing.
That's a good way to put it, Dave, that the operational budget is that satisfactory for each department to operate under for the next year. We know that costs increase every year, that's no surprise, and budgets increase every year because of that. But could the departments challenge themselves to operate with what they have for 1 year? To Jay's point, we still don't know the end of the pandemic. We don't know when it ends and what the total cost to the county will be. We've been very fortunate to get some reimbursements through the CARES Act, and we'll be getting some through FEMA. So I think we're in a very good position still, but the CARES Act funding is done, aside, unless there's new legislation. The FEMA funding is pretty well known, and a lot of things are no longer going to be reimbursable. They let us know that in September. So I think there still is potential impact to the budget that's unknown due to we don't know the duration of this pandemic.
Okay.
So my thoughts surrounding this would be to look at this year as a year to challenge ourselves to be as thoughtful as possible and to continue to preserve our liquidity and allow us to continue to be strong into the future.
I don't think anyone's going to, disagree with that. It's always the goal. There are some departments that they're going to need help in any category you give them. I know Supervisor like Potov had some questions in the sidebar and chat, but just talking directly about Sunnycrest budget, I think it might be to me privately, but there's going to be Sunnycrest things that need to be addressed. And, you know, Harley, if you want to unmute yourself, I ask the chair how he wants to handle that. But also, you know, the health department, they could use them, you know, various improvements as well. So operational expenses, I think we have some departments we're probably just going to have to step through, knowing that they do have different needs because of COVID. I see Harley is unmuted. If the chair is fine with him asking a question.
Of course.
Stella, my only question was with, you're talking about the operational. I know that all the overtime would probably be under personnel for Sunnycrest, but with all the staffing shortages they've had and the approval of overtime for their supervisory staff to cover, obviously their budget's going to be way over what it was probably last year. I don't know if that would fall into what you're.
I would say the increased overtime due to this, essentially, I don't want to call it a project, but almost, you know, it's a project base. It's due to COVID, extraordinary. It's not the typical. We've also received HHS funds for Sunnycrest that has been covering some of these costs for us. So I see that more as an improvement almost, as opposed to just general operating, because the increased overtime would hopefully not continue into perpetuity.
Okay, I was just curious on that aspect, because obviously they're having issues and I didn't want it to affect their operations either, so.
Absolutely. And this can be a topic that we can continue to discuss. We can, you know, I get that it is on a department by department basis. You know, each department has its own unique challenges. You know, no single department is the same as another. So we can continue this discussion or additional thoughts as well from any of you.
Stella, it's this Supervisor Baker, it's entirely possible that if we have budgeted a position, let's say we're short 2 nurses, and I think that's what Tammy Freiberger had told us. So you have to weigh the wages for those 2 positions and the benefits versus the overtime. So it may not even be a deficit. It could be, but overtime at Sunnycrest is not a new issue. Just during COVID, it was an issue prior to COVID, and it will probably be an issue after COVID. But I believe last year their tax subsidy was at 1.8 million, down from 3-point-some million, if I'm not mistaken.
Their distribution was significantly down year over year. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but that has moved around, you know, year over year, and I anticipate that it would continue to move up and down.
Yeah. All right. But it is definitely a good point. It's a work in progress up there, getting to the right level of staffing and keeping that, you know, keeping the staffing level at optimal numbers, budgeted numbers, so that we don't have to have the overtime that's hard on staff and sometimes contributes to staff leaving if they're getting inundated with hours. And so something that I think Dubuque County and every healthcare employer in Dubuque County and the region and the country will be dealing with going forward. So, all right, Stella, you have anything else? And do we have other questions for Stella?
Well, I want to know, where is the water agreements? What department are we putting that in?
That has kind of been separate. I would consider that a separate department almost at this point. We have a contribution. So far, it's always just been a contribution and not an actual department. And I think it's kind of the same, other than we may need to create a department based on the new activity that's happened.
Right. What I see just from my vantage point is, I hear what Supervisor Wickham is saying about impact and not just wanting to hold the line on necessarily small things. There's no statement there. But I want to make sure that we look like we're being fair, and it's not just, we have never prioritized projects really. I mean, I think we know that the water project is very important to the supervisors. It's not really tucked in any department, but I'm more worried that there's, the exceptions are going to make the rule, because certainly that's an area that if we have good revenue, we'll want to continue to be aggressive, most likely in that area.
So one of the other things I wanted to discuss was the prioritization of projects. And I think when we were initially faced with COVID, it was difficult to see how or should our capital projects move forward. Should we pause? Should we just go ahead? And I think that putting a prioritization system in place, just as part of our budget process, will make that easier as we go forward. Just if we're ever in the same situation, some of the language that I've looked at would be ranking things such as essential, meaning that it's important and urgent. In looking at things as important, but maybe not urgent. And then maybe discretionary, meaning it's important, but it can be done as funding allows for it.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're faced with a situation where budgets may need to change, or we may need to pause for a minute, it's easier to see what goes forward and what could be potentially paused.
Mm-hmm.
Not stopped necessarily, but held maybe for 3 or 6 months as we were working through, the beginning of this, if you think back to March, April, May, where we just didn't know what should happen. And as our new budget was unfolding, as we were about to start our new fiscal year, what should we have done, So I think putting a system in place now will help us in the future if we're ever faced in some similar situation.
I also just want to recognize.
Yeah, I think
Go ahead.
I think any processes that we put in place from department to department, and certainly from the budget department to those departments, make a lot of sense. So you can establish some communication on, okay, how important is this to individual one budget? Because we can't go over every single line item at the supervisor level. So that's a good tool for us to understand where they are at. That said, this will be my 6th budget, and so prioritization and decisions are made, and they're sometimes made at the tens of thousands of dollars level, sometimes even thousands of dollars of level, and many times over those budget periods we've had 2-to-1 votes, or 0-3, or pick a number, both on pass and fail, and so. I believe the process related to the supervisor's final decisions and their budgeting authority has been kept, and I anticipate that going forward. So that would be my comments. But I would welcome any additional processes that you have related to having the stakeholders communicate, whether they be on a board level or whether they be on a department head level, to prioritize to you, Stella, and then also to the supervisors on how important this expenditure would be.
Yeah, my thought is that we would ask department heads to set that prioritization level, and then obviously it's the board's final discretion if they agree with that prioritization or not.
And I just want to, just bring top of mind too, we are bringing on historically new people. So we have a new auditor. I wouldn't presume that there's not going to be interest from that new auditor and having impact on fiscal year 22. We'll have a new director of disability services. We'll have a new director at Sunnycrest Manor. So, those are not positions that they just don't change. So I think, that will be, I'm certainly going to be relying on you, Stella, to walk through with them. And I don't know that anybody's making rapid change. Our new supervisor may have things that he wishes to have addressed too. So, but I think that this is a good starting point, just as a general statement. Although it really, I just don't know what it would prohibit somebody from looking at.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Stella? And Stella, do you have anything else to add?
Yep, there was one more topic that I want to, so these are kind of the topics that I'm going to be talking about with departments as we move forward. So the last thing really is more to the board, and we started work on this last year, but have, I think, some more room to continue working on that, and that's the purchase of service versus grants. So we started categorizing those into a couple different categories. And I think we need to delve a little bit further and work on truly what is a purchase of service versus what is a grant. I would also propose, the process has typically been that we open up our application in December timeframe and allow for about a month for applications, and then review all that and make decisions during the budget time. I think we could look at a lot of these different organizations as more of a purchase of service. They're kind of multi-year commitments for services to the county, as opposed to a one-time aid to that organization. So I think what I would like to propose, what I would like for the board to consider is that instead of reviewing all of those applications during the budget, we would set a number within the budget and then review the applications after the budget is set. So we spend, a couple of days' time going through all those applications and asking applicants to present. And I think by really looking at that list and what's a purchase of service versus what is a grant, it will shorten that list quite a bit because there are services that we're getting from these organizations, and then have a set number within the budget to use for grant making. So I'd welcome any thoughts on that topic as well.
Well, the difficulty that I see with this is that we made significant grants to organizations that due to COVID could not accomplish the goals. Thinking of all the childcare commitments we made.
Sure.
Just that's the one that jumps to my mind. I'm not even sure we made significant grants, and unlike in the McDonough Foundation, we understand people are going to have to allocate resources to other things, but that's personal philanthropy. When we look at the grant funding that we have done at the county level, I don't know. We have an obligation to taxpayers that money was used for its intended purpose. Maybe. I mean, that there should be some full-throated discussion about. I don't want to pick on anybody, but it'll seem like it. Any of the childcare organizations where we made grants that were just charitable. What is the standard? We don't ever have any check back. We don't ever have any because we're not asking them to do anything that's a measurable goal. We're not saying we need you to accomplish X, Y, or Z. There's a lot of funds, I think, that are out in the community that we've spent money on or given money to that we don't have reporting back. And this year, it does concern me that has everyone used the funding for what its intended purpose was, and even going back to funding that was done 2 years ago. That money just walks away like it's personal philanthropy, and it isn't. And when you go to a purchase of service agreement, we're going to be deciding whether or not the county should be buying services, human human services kinds of things from nonprofits, because we don't have a human services division. You know, we're really, these are weighty topics that don't really lend themselves to applications going out in December, same old, coming back, you know, following the same pattern, we're going to get the same result, which is, I think, pretty loose accountability for the many, many thousands of dollars that have been distributed in my 2-year time on the board. So I don't know how we build that into work sessions, but I think there's more discussion to be had about this issue of, you know, grant day.
Yeah, I would agree. I would be careful characterizing many of the grant recipients, which many of them are voluntary based and do tremendous good work in the community, particularly this year, in that it's loose and or doubtful of a return. So those are not my words. That is not my feeling. The activities that I have been in part with funding with taxpayer money, I feel very much are justified and very much are contributing successfully to the community. So that broad brush doesn't work very well for me. And then specifically when you're talking about childhood things, if you're talking about, I'm on the Dubuque County Early Childhood Board with a bunch of other volunteers, and they do a hell of a good job. And there were metrics in there, and there are metrics in there. And I encourage everyone on this board to check back into those. And keep in mind, it's not even been 6 months either for some of these. So I'm not sure where this feeling comes from. The other thing to understand is the word grants. That's embedded in government. Okay, both local, state, and federal government. That's a term they use. Now, certainly requests for service and anything with a service usually sounds better. But, from the federal government on down, the grant process of providing taxpayer-based money for community-based initiatives, whether they be in law enforcement, I'm sure Harley can attest to this, there's quite a few grants that are, Dubuque County is fortunate enough to receive, to social services are pretty common. Now, should we, just continue to do things for the sake of doing it? No, absolutely not. I think each one of them should be based on their individual merit and should have high levels of scrutiny. And so any process that we can improve that improves that type of position, I'm in favor for. But the process of doing community-based projects has been part of the Board of Supervisors for quite a while, and also for the city of Dubuque for quite a while as well.
Right. And one of the things that we've looked at, I know Stella, you and I have talked about looking at how the city of Dubuque, as an example, how they look at their funding program in high priority, and then it's followed maybe with some funding, but it is for limited years, not 10, 15, 20 years, to the point where some organizations have never even applied to us. They just assume that they're going to get a check in July every year. So that's what we want to be resetting, and I think we have started very much to do that, to start making sure that the conversation matches what the purpose of the funding that we give. So
Well, here's another idea I've had since we're kind of in the budget idea phase. So this last year when we did appropriate, I think it was $400,000 for community-based items during the pandemic, the early stages of it, we appropriated those funds to the Community Foundation of Greater Dubuque. And then they worked with various nonprofits. So that's another concept we could follow. So instead of making individual contributions and individual reviews at the supervisor level, you could have that done through another agency and just fund the agency at a certain level. So that would be one way to change the process.
Stella, how are you anticipating stepping us through these conversations? I mean, I'm starting to get emails from organizations wondering when the application process is going to be open. I'm sure you want to.
Yep. So I have let anybody know that has reached out to me that we would be having this discussion today. The organizations are starting to get eager for that application because it has historically been open in December. So I think this merits a full work session just on this topic to see how we want to change this process and if we do want to change this process. we would want to give those organizations ample time to fill out those applications if we do want to continue seeing them in January and February. Or we continue to discuss the thought of a separate organization administering this stuff. I think that's an interesting idea. I think that's worth exploring. You know, also the thought of having an amount budgeted and then looking at applications at a later date outside of the budget is a possibility. So I could schedule another work session for next week just to continue diving down these topics. I mean, these are the things that we'll continue to discuss over the course of the next few months, and any other initiatives that any of you would like to tackle during this budget as well.
Well, it would be helpful to me to have something in writing from you that describes other potential processes that we could be following.
Okay.
And I'm sure Harley probably is not sure even what it is that we're actually talking about. And some of the items that fall on grant day are things that should be, I believe, incorporated into other people's budgets. I'll use the Tom Hancock grant as an example.
I would agree with that. There's some things that I think that come up in that, you know, spreadsheet that we look at that really do just belong in departmental budgets, as opposed to reviewing those as part of the overall grants. I mean, this is a full discussion. This is the topics. These are the topics, though, that I wanted to bring to your attention that I'm looking at in this budget.
I don't have a problem telling grant applicants that it's not available yet because it's not been decided yet. You know, I don't have a problem with that it's not likely to be the same way, and so it's being discussed further.
I mean, does the board feel, along with, you know, budget, Stella, that you've got enough time to make a change between now and, you know, when you need that data? I mean, you're talking about January, so you're talking about in the neighborhood of 25 business days.
Yeah, I think what would have to happen is if we are going to change the process, it would have to be done in the next couple of weeks, determined, and then allow, if we're not changing it, to allow the application to kind of cross over into the first of the year. We typically didn't see those grant applicants until about 1st of February. So we would have some time, but not a ton of time. I would agree.
Well, I would not be certainly increasing the total amount that was given. I think for me, that would be the high water mark would have been in our last budget year. So in terms of, if we're going to put in a budget number, if we ever get to that point where we just have to say that the process isn't completed and we put in a dollar amount and we know that we're not going to exceed that then, or, you know, I don't know what department that sits in either. Where is that all under supervisors, or where do these funds flow?
These typically flow through our non-departmental, which would be what I review as part of my
So
duty.
it's your budget, Stella.
It's non-departmental.
Good discussion. I'm glad to have all these things be brought back to front of mind.
Yeah, we've been focused so heavily on other topics lately that you know, some of these things were kind of in process many months ago, but our attention was diverted, obviously, with the pandemic. So I would also, if there's any other specific things that you guys would like to see during the process this year.
Do you remember off the top?
Maybe my last comment.
Go ahead, Jay.
You know, after the conversation related to the grants, I would advise the board to move forward and get those applications out. You're under no responsibility to approve those, but the longer you delay, the more pressure you're putting on both the applicant and our internal process to review. And I don't see any benefits in either of those two pieces. You know, 2 of the board members will be here. There'll be a 3rd new one in January, and the board can can at any point stop that process. But to restart it in a very short time frame, all that does is add existing pressure and work to staff and or the applicants.
And I don't necessarily feel that way. So how much money, Stella, do you recall that we put on the grants that are versus purchase services? I mean, what do you see as the total?
Well, we never distinguished between any of those last year. We categorized things between, let's see, economic development, public health, human services, community investment, and other. So we had asked the applicants to categorize themselves to see how they thought they felt they fell into one of those categories, but we never took it any, we didn't take further steps to define purchase of service and to determine if we felt like some of those organizations were more a purchase of service versus a grant.
And how much money is in that, is slotted in the non-departmental budget on this that pertains to these things?
Let's see. In total, it was about 1.5 million.
I mean, this really is not something we can do in 3 weeks' time, because we really need to look at this in depth and decide what's the purpose, what's the mission, why are some of the folks receiving ongoing funding for so many years? And
okay. So I don't disagree with Supervisor Wickham on getting the application out there. We don't have to act on them. Although you will probably hear from the organizations if we don't. But that gives us information, I think, to see what the requests will be and the need that may inform us better on what could be either a line item in the budget to be determined on the actual awards later, or used to fund an organization that then funds many organizations.
couldn't you contact everyone who received the funding and ask them for a detailed explanation of how they spent the funds?
We did put into our application last year that we requested mid-year reporting.
That happened?
Well, we haven't hit mid-year yet. So we would be looking for mid-year reporting into January, I would say February.
Yeah, I don't like the whole program at all. And I think I've been verbal about that twice before.
You voted for many of them though, so so your vote does count. And so maybe what I'd ask for my colleagues, Supervisor Baker, you're in here, if the board wants to make a change in direction, let's just do it. Let's just be straightforward and give that directive by a motion to Stella to do that. I don't see any benefit in doing it right now, but if you do, Supervisor McDonough, let's make a motion to that effect and see if it carries. Then we have clarity. Otherwise, we're dancing around, and staff doesn't know what we want.
I would suggest that there've been some questions asked about where the items line up, whether they are grants or purchase of services. I haven't seen anything on paper. I would like to see some delineation of the categories that Stella has said. So I think that could be done at another work session. We'll have another meeting next week. There's no reason we can't do a work session next Monday, the 30th, and continue the discussion with better information. And there is one thing during the process, there are, we all do work on different committees, different boards, and there are, each, I think, supervisor has, projects and organizations that they work with, that they support, and maybe some don't feel as strong about others, but, I don't think it should be a popularity contest. I think it should be, based on the value of the services that are being provided. And I think we have tried to do that in the past and tried to listen to the organization and what their, what their request was going to do. And a couple of examples, with daycare, we helped support the Marita Tyson daycare when they were just getting off the ground, and they have completed that. So that, to me, that's one example of many. But we contributed to their construction costs. So I don't know how you measure that. The daycare is up and running, and we all agreed that in the downtown area that was needed, that more childcare facilities were needed, and we agreed to help with that. So I guess it can't just be parochial. In other words, this is the one that I like, and I'm not gonna, it's got to be based on the good that they're providing for the citizens and the taxpayers.
Right. So then who knows that this opportunity exists is one of the difficulties that I have observed in my time on the board, and that some child care services know they should apply and some do not. Some are not. Some folks are absolutely without any knowledge that we even do such a thing. So that's one of the inequities in the program, and it all tends to be rather Dubuque centric as compared to countywide. So that's a concern as well. So I don't know that I want to run a press release that the grants are open, but if that's what we're doing is just another round, maybe that's what we should be saying, is there's a press release to be issued asking all comers, and we'll see 120 applications for folks who organizations that do good work to meet an undisclosed mission.
Yeah, I've never been a proponent of us chasing people around with tax dollars, but if that's what you want to do, that's up to you. I think that a good representation of the community, of the organizations in Dubuque County, have found their way to making applications for some very, very good programs. And I think Dubuque County has made an impact in being a partner and helping get some of those off the ground. And, we have some that we've funded for more than a decade, maybe 2 decades. And, I for one asked one of those organizations to come in a couple years ago, and I thought they made their case that they provided a great service for the citizens of Dubuque County. I think that's always out there. If you have a question about an organization or what they're doing, bring them in, talk to them, have them give you their spiel on what they do, what services they provide. With a new supervisor coming in, that might be something that you might want to think about.
So I think what I'll do is put together a work session on this topic again for Monday, so we can continue to work on that. I know we're over our allotment of time, but I want to keep these discussions going and moving as we kick off this budget and really start to get to work on it. So I'll pull together some more information on the grant process and some other options that have been discussed today and how that could look. And also I'll look at the operational budgets and what those increases are year over year.
Okay, thank you, Stella.
We should.
Any final questions for Stella?
Yeah, Stella, we also need to categorize it into what are we hoping to fund? I mean, the board needs to put something in this. I know there's been 2 applicants that applied because I told them, hey, the county does this. You should apply. That is not the way to do business. It should not be because a supervisor knows someone that they apply. Obviously, it's 3 votes, but it should be because it's an issue that we find that there's interest in and that the county needs to have, that there's greater work that needs to be done that we can't do with the staff that we have. So that is, you know, the balance here, that we should be not responding to agencies, but be responding to gaps or unmet needs in our community. And then the playing field should be leveled, and we should ask for there to be grant applications from everyone who does childcare. Everyone, not the 3 that we know of. I mean, that's how I'm saying we have to look at it by issue and trying to resolve an issue, not funding people who need help this time, when in fact what we're trying to do is to make change and remove a barrier for citizens overall.
Okay, I understand your position, Ann. Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you, Stella. We'll move into our next work session here. We are running a bit late.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Stella.
Looking forward to this next budget with all of you.
Thank you. All right, our next work session, we're running a little behind, is a work session to hear from United Way of Dubuque Area Tri-States on the 2021 campaign and the COVID-19 response. I don't know if Don Sherman has any comments prior to this. I'm looking, I see Danielle Peterson, I believe, is on. Don, did you have any comments?
I do not. I think Ed does.
Okay. All right, Ed Raber, and I can kind of kick it off as in my time here, I've worked with Sheriff Kennedy. We both were elected at the same time, and the United Way campaign in Dubuque County had kind of withered on the vine, if you will. A lot of folks that contributed perhaps retired, and so I think working with Sheriff Kennedy, we did kind of bring it back as an issue, and I know that we do have better support now than we did 4 years ago, and I would, encourage all the department heads and employees to support United Way. I think I'll let the folks from United Way speak about what they've been doing during the pandemic, but I've always been proud to support the United Way and the programs through the local agencies that they help support. So I'll turn it over to Ed Raber.
Thank you, Chairperson Baker. This is Ed Raber, and yes, at our weekly department head meetings, Dawn Sherman and I, along with a co-campaign chair, Sheriff Kennedy, have softly kicked off or let our department heads know that the annual United Way campaign is starting, and as part of that, we'd ask the director, Danielle Peterson, and the development director, Ellen Detmer from United Way of the Tri-States of Dubuque, to come in and give us an update. In talking with them, and I appreciate greatly the opportunity to interact with them a fair amount in this last year through COVID. I suggested that they maybe talk a little bit about some of the activities organizationally that they've been doing, because it has not been a standard year for the organization. There have been a lot of unmet needs and things where I think United Way has worked to take a leadership role or find a space to give voice to those that are working on issues, to share that information, and I have appreciated that. So I'm going to help on the backside, try to run their PowerPoint. And in the middle of that PowerPoint, there's a couple times where there's a brief video that they have embedded in there. And I'm going to try to jump to that. This will not be like the large Vegas convention that you've perhaps been at, where this all works smoothly. So please bear with as I try to dance through that. The videos that they have embedded are not very long, but they're part of their presentation. So I will do my best with that. And hopefully the sound will be on through my computer as that happens. So on behalf of Dave Baker and Sheriff Kennedy, our co-chairs, I'll turn it over to you, Danelle.
Thank you so much, Ed. As Ed said and Dave reflected, my name is Danielle Peterson. I am the president and CEO here of United Way of Dubuque area Tri-States. And I'm with Ellen Detmer, our director of development, as you can see too. And I just want to say thank you to all the supervisors and others on the call I was going to say this morning, must be a long day, sorry, this afternoon for allowing us the space to talk about our community together and to share with you what we have been working on here through United Way. While Ed gets ready to pull up the PowerPoint, many of you probably remember that our United Way has been here for 92 years. So we've been here for quite some time, but especially over the last 5 years, our organization has really evolved. And I'm very proud of that. And I believe that's what Chairperson Baker was referencing when he talked about our progress a bit. This year, it was unfortunate that it happened during a pandemic, but this year, 2020, was the first year that our United Way had made our final transition to a community impact investment. And what that means for our community is over the last 5 years, we've worked with our nonprofit community and our donor base and our business sector to shift to this way of funding our programs across our 10-county area, investing in programs who have written strong grant applications and tie them back to local data where our most vulnerable populations are. And those program grants have been vetted by a team of trained volunteers that we have called our investment review panel, who reads and scores all the grant applications and makes funding recommendations to our board of directors, which is also solely volunteer run. So this year, this is the first year that we made that shift. So just because you had been a United Way funded organization didn't necessarily mean you might still receive funding this year. So we were really proud, even in light of the pandemic, we were proud to bring on 9 new funded programs under the pillars that we have of health, education, and income. And we have a total of 31 programs that we are supporting here, again, across our tri-state area. And if you'd like to go, I kind of probably talked ahead a little bit while you were getting things up. I apologize, but if you want to go ahead and I just to rewind here, want to thank you guys as a county team, as county employees who help contribute to our fund. Our Community Impact Fund helps support 42,000 local lives, so impacting them by offering services for health, education, or financial stability. And because of the partnerships that we have with the county employees, like we're talking with you today, and many other business partners and residential supporters, we're able to make this impact here locally. We're going to share a real quick video here. And this is actually our funded partner network. So you probably recognize some program names and perhaps some faces. But when we went virtual for our meetings as well and wanted to have an opportunity to share their voices with everyone here too. So we'll kick this, it's a little over a minute and a half, I believe. We'll share this with you briefly.
United for a kind world. I live united for the kids.
I live united for mentoring.
I live united for ending domestic violence, sexual
We're still on the
assault.
PowerPoint.
We started seeing the video and then we lost it. Can we get it restarted, please?
I had a disclaimer. I will get it here in just a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
was just going to say, while Ed's prepping, I have no problem continuing to share a little bit about our organization and its territory, perhaps. So when I mentioned a 10-county area, we have 4 full-time staff who work here at the Dubuque office, but we actually serve Dubuque in Iowa. We serve Dubuque, Delaware, Jackson, and Clayton counties, plus parts of Fayette and Alameda. And then in Wisconsin, we serve a smaller sector of Lafayette and Grant counties. And in Illinois, we serve over as far as Galena and a corner of Carroll County. Again, that's when we talk about our service area and the impact that's made across 42,000 local lives. That's the area that we're discussing.
Here comes the video.
All right, thank you, Ed.
I live united for a kinder world.
I live united for the kids.
And I live united, connecting people to their life destinations.
I live united for mentoring youth.
I live united for ending domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and homelessness.
I live united for individuals with disabilities.
I live united for those in poverty.
I live united for those with hunger.
I live united for hope, dignity, and justice in our community.
I live united for brain health for kids.
I live united for survivors of sexual assault and abuse.
And I live united for homeless women and children.
I live united for helping high school students explore their futures.
I live united for building resiliency in our kids and families in Dubuque.
I live united to stamp out hunger and for people to live a sustainable life.
I live united for health equity for all.
I live united for youth to thrive.
I live united for the safety of children.
I live united for everyone to take care of their brain health.
Thank you, Ed. Well, as that brief video showed you, when people ask, and what our theme is this year is why United Way, when you hear about all those issues, those are all examples of things that United Way has the opportunity to impact here locally. So you can see how that complexity can be hard to, communicate across a number of means. But when we talk about why United Way, what we are proud to share with you today and proud to share with our community is that we feel really strongly about the investments we make with donor dollars because we have had that strong vetting. We have built a strong vetting systems. We have those systems in place where applicants apply for and receive funding and then receive ongoing monitoring across the time that they're working with us as a funded partner. Not only do they turn in their financials to us on a monthly basis, but we also meet quarterly with all of our funded partners. We work on building new partnerships, strengthening our community in different ways, building collaborations, and then they do reporting also on the outcomes that they have applied for within their grant applications at mid-year reporting and at year end. Again, measuring those against what they share that they would impact here locally across our community. I mentioned the impact that we have, and if you can go ahead to the next slide. Real briefly, I'll talk about the impacts of COVID-19, and I feel as though I'm preaching to the choir a little bit when I talk about the impacts because certainly aside from the medical professionals on the front line, I know how deeply involved the Board of Supervisors and county employees have been in our quest to help combat COVID-19. How United Way has really taken a part of that is we have worked very closely with our nonprofit human service provider sector, meeting weekly almost from the start until recently. We just started going to every other week. And this is well beyond our funded partner network, well beyond our 31 programs that we provide $1 million to. So this network that we pulled together, meeting with city, with county employees, with Iowa Workforce Development, with Greater Dubuque Development Corporation, this weekly calling point was an opportunity for our nonprofit sector who provides services to humans to work together to talk about what is the most accurate information. How can we relay that to those we serve? What are the needs that we have, and how can we partner and work together to fill any gaps that might be available? So we've talked about lots of things. We continue to talk about brain health and how those needs have emerged. We advocate for telehealth services so that people have access to get their brain health supports where and when they need them. We've talked a lot about and worked on and continue to work on some housing issues, including areas that that impact them with such as utility shutoffs and things like that. And Ellen did put together a very brief video talking about a couple of our partnerships that we created because of this nonprofit provider network, including we ended up having a food scarcity one that came from it, as well as a childcare one. But I'll let you share a little bit here, Ed. Thank you. Thanks again, Ed. I never thought you'd be my tech guy, but I appreciate it today. So as you can see, there's a number of partnerships that we built. And I think the thing that you may be most interested in terms of the Board of Supervisors is our information referral calling network. So we currently fund that for Dubuque, Delaware, and Jackson counties. And there are 211 information referral lines across various parts of the state of Iowa, but basically that became the hub for 211. 211 became the hub for COVID-19 calls and for people to find out where to locate local resources. So we have, when unemployment shifted almost immediately, we had people who had never used services here in our community who were trying to find out where they were located, how to access them. And that, as you know, those services and resources change daily. So we had organizations that were shifting from a before and after school program to now virtual only, or the Boys and Girls Club shifting from providing a safe place for children to learn and to have physical activity, shifted now to offering food and meals to go. So we kept in line with our 211 Information Referral Center, which is a 24/7 multilingual call line. And we also have a free app that is available to our community. And we kept up to date on the resources every single day as they were changing, so that our local community members had access to correct services. We also put lots of our 211 stickers on unemployment packages with Iowa Workforce Development, or with food boxes through Dubuque Area Labor Harvest and the Boys and Girls Club and the Mission as they were doing for food disbursement. Again, ways that we work together to help share our resources across a wide range of community members here in our area. And then, of course, our community organizations active in disaster. You guys are very familiar with that, and I thank you for that initial support with our co-ed when we decided to apply the opportunity for our co-ed to have a disaster relief fund. We co-facilitate our co-ed community organizations active in disaster with the Community Foundation of Greater Dubuque, and we've met weekly with them as well, twice a week for quite a while, going over grant applications that have come in for disaster relief funding. And we continue to meet with that group regularly. You can probably go ahead here, unless I just guess I could stop it and offer questions, or we can offer them at the end, but I'll let Ellen share a little bit. I know you guys are really familiar with our Give, Advocate, and Volunteer, but I'll let Ellen share a little bit with you about that too.
Thanks, Neil. So yes, a lot, I'm sure that you've received this question too, but a lot of people have been asking with the pandemic, how can I help? And we've been promoting Give, Advocate, and Volunteer as ways you can give back to the community. So as far as Give, which is the main focus of the workplace campaign through Dubuque County, you can give in several different ways. The easiest and less painful way is through payroll deduction, where donations are automatically taken out of your paycheck throughout the year before you even miss it. You can also donate either by cash or check made out to United Way of Dubuque Area Tri-States, or also by credit card. You can go ahead, Ed. So advocate. When we say advocate, we mean that what we advocate for is our community's most pressing needs, including homelessness, brain health, childcare, etc. And it all goes back to that slide a couple slides ago about our collaborations. It's all about us having conversations and having a seat at the table and understanding what is important in our community. And the reason that we take advocating so seriously is that, it's so important for us to understand the needs of our community, because they're so different than they were even a year ago. And when we have an understanding of those needs, and we can invest your donor dollars appropriately. So I like to point out the last bullet point here as a great way to summarize this with, we provide ways for donors to maximize their gifts by making a community-wide impact. Go ahead, Ed. Also, so then volunteer. We run an online Get Connected volunteer portal through our website, which is free and accessible for anybody to use. And so as an individual, you can go on there and create a profile if you're interested in volunteering, and then selecting what your passions are. If you want to help animals or the elderly, or, give food to the needy, things like that. And then an organization such as the Dubuque Area Labor Harvest can post a need for volunteers to deliver food, and then you two will match up. And it's just a win-win for each person, because the Dubuque Area Labor Harvest as an organization can focus their time and energy on their mission, and as a person interested in volunteering, they can be matched up with what they are really passionate about in the community. Last year in 2019, volunteer hours from our Get Connected portal equated to a value of over $123,000, which I think just really speaks for itself. You can go ahead. All right, as Danielle said, we are open to any and all questions you might have. We just always end with wherever and whenever you can to give, advocate, and volunteer.
I had a question. This is Supervisor Baker, and just for full disclosure, I was a longtime board member back in the day, but could you tell us a little bit about your board and the cross section of the community that's represented by your board of directors?
Yes, I'd be happy to. We have currently Tom Townsend from IBEW is our board chair, and our executive committee is comprised, hopefully you have access to, and if not, we'd be happy to share these with you as well. But our other print materials too. But we have Sue Hafkmeyer from the Mercy One Foundation, Wendy Rundy from the Diamond Joe, Carolyn Hopper, retired from McKesson, and Dean Wilgenbush, who are on our executive committee. Did I say Mark Dulsing from the Chief of Police as well? Those people help certainly help support us and guide our work here at United Way. But across that, we are wider than that. We have 24 other members, or 24 total members of our board of directors, which includes people from various financial institutions, manufacturing settings, unions, and just other business supports across the tri-states. I'd be happy to go further with you, but I just wanted to make sure you understood at least who was on our executive committee. The other thing I wanted to mention is Ellen was talking about what are giving and advocating and volunteering. Our goal this year, we're holding it flat, and we're hoping to raise $1.2 million with the support of our community. That would put us where we were last year. However, last year, what happened is March 15th, every planned business campaign from March 15th through the end of our fiscal year did not happen, which impacted, of course, our organization greatly. However, we wanted to still move forward and allocate that money out to our nonprofit partners, because we see how desperately they need those services. So at a time when, unfortunately, our needs were elevating, our ability to bring together our financial resources was diminished. We are doing our very best to communicate and have workplace campaigns like this virtually right now, because we know how very important it is to engage with the community and to talk about what's happening here locally, you know, to talk about childcare needs, to talk about brain health, and to talk about how kids are being impacted across a number of avenues, you know, including their healthcare and their education system, and the financial stability of our community members too, as their employment kind of has ebbed and flowed a bit too. So I just wanted to add that in there as well, so you're familiar with kind of what our goals are and what we're hoping to achieve. Clearly, the biggest way we work to receive and to garner dollars for this type of investment into our community is through these types of workplace campaigns. However, we do have one signature event we've done last year and this year, and that is that Over the Edge event, where we work to raise awareness about our community-wide issues and also raise dollars for our community investment fund too.
Okay, do we have any questions for Danielle or Ellen?
Hi, Danielle and McDonough. Thank you for your presentation and obviously the tremendous amount of work you do on behalf of nonprofits. My questions are about equity and inclusivity. You know, the United Way historically has reflected economic holders in our community. And, you know, you and I have chatted a bit about who participated in Over the Edge and those kinds of things. What's your plan to outreach into the community and include minorities in your board and, you know, in I guess more than just the eventual recipients, sadly. What's your effort there?
Sure, and I appreciate you asking that, especially knowing that you and I have had the opportunity not to touch on it probably as much as we should or need to, Anne, but I'm glad to talk about that here because we do find that very, as a very important core of what we do within United Way. This is our first year that, as I mentioned, we make that shift to community impact, but we're also tracking one of the other things besides the outcomes that each of our nonprofit programs have demonstrated that they will impact. We're also tracking the demographics of those who we're serving through our United Way network. So we'll be able to report out on that, as well as looking at things within our board of directors and within our staff of the United Way funded partners. That's something else. Also, United Way Worldwide in July passed a universal decision about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we were I think thrilled across our Iowa network, most certainly, that there's like 3 tiers that will be built into our United Way local work. One of those is just having some of the things that we're already working on here locally, such as looking at what are our board comprised of, what are our volunteer levels comprised of, our demographics there compared to what our demographics of who we support and what our communities look like. And then the other thing that is also elevating it to a newer level is that will be a component of any new grant funding. So that will be an expectation of anyone applying for and receiving funding from United Way in moving forward as of July 2020. That they'll have an expectation that there's diversity, equity, inclusion components built into their grant application.
And also,
we're also
go on.
Go ahead. I was just going to mention, we've also talked real closely with a number of our volunteers here about the 21-day equity challenge and bringing information to our community and things too, but I'll let Ellen share as well. Thank you.
I was just going to mention that our Director of Community Building and Impact, Paula Pater-Licht, she did just attend a virtual 3-day, conference about diversity and inclusion in volunteering. And I know she says she got a lot of really great ideas and from that conference. So it is something that we are constantly aware of, and being able to attend the trainings and webinars available to us to learn what we can do.
And I saw Ellen shared our board of directors on the chat line too. So thank you for doing that, Ellen.
Okay. The information's available on chat there, and any questions for our guests from United Way, Danielle or Ellen? Thank you very much for your presentation, much appreciated. And again, I encourage everyone participating in this meeting and department heads to help spread the good word about United Way throughout Dubuque County. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of the supervisors, and too, as leaders within the county, if you ever know of anyone within your teams that you feel may be a good volunteer or a good leader that would be interested in working in any of our volunteer capacities, please direct them our way. We would welcome that continued support too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next work session was canceled. Was a work session with AFSCME representatives to discuss agreements. That has been canceled. So our next work session that we're going to have is 3:45 p.m., a work session to discuss West Campus and Old Jail cleaning contract. So I would entertain a motion to recess until 3:45.
So moved.
I will second that.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. We're in recess. All right, okay. Get back on here. You turning me back on? Yep. All right, okay. We're back for our next work session. 3:45 p.m. work session to discuss West Campus and Old Jail cleaning contract. I believe we'll have Dawn Sherman and Chris Soder involved in this discussion. So Dawn, I'll turn it over to you and Chris.
Thank you, Chair Baker. What we're going to do here during this work session is discuss Chris's proposal for a new full-time position. So there will just be discussion here. This item is on your regular board agenda as an action item under personnel requisitions. So that's where you as the board would take official action regarding this new request. But we thought this warranted some greater discussion because it is a new full-time position. And it enables Chris then to be able to go over the reasons for the request, some of the observations that he's and other staff members have made with the cleaning services out at the West Campus. So with that, like I said, discussion now, action will be in your regular meeting. And Chris, do you want to go over and start the review of your request for the board?
Sure. Good afternoon. Hope everyone's having a good day. We started having some problems with the contract initially, shortly after we had it. They just could not maintain the staffing needed. We went through a lot of people change outs and everything else with it from their side. And it was causing some disruption in getting things done. Once they stabilized the staffing, we had other problems. They weren't doing a good job. Cleaning was inconsistent. They were using half again as much supplies at out there at the West Campus that we used at the courthouse in the same equivalent time period. Things weren't being stocked correctly. We'd run out of paper towels or soap in the middle of the day. There was just an overall lack of attention to detail. When they'd clean a window, the corners of the windows wouldn't be clean. The floors were never properly vacuumed. It goes on and on and on. It became more of a problem for us. We'd end up having to go out and refill the supplies that were lacking or whatever during the day, talk to them about it at night, and it would be good for a week or two and then be right back where it was.
And I think a lot of that is too, because of the nature of that business. There's a lot of turnover with them. And so when we would make changes or provide guidance, or Chris would provide them feedback because of their turnover, we're not sure how much that really got to their cleaning staff because there was new staff there. So then we would see those standards begin to lower because they would have turnover and just we're not trained on our processes and in our standards as well.
There was a few other minor things that had to do with attitude from some of their staff too. When they were, they were notified that there was things that they needed to do, and then they would, when they were on site, that they would be complaining to our staff that were on site about somebody saying that they weren't doing their job and that sort of thing. And they would just, they wouldn't follow the mask mandate. They wouldn't wear masks when they were supposed to be wearing them. I mean, I can go on and on and on about what they weren't doing right.
Can we jump in with questions?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not a new topic, so I'm not objectionable to bring it to, but I think the board's generally heard this before. So maybe we can dive into what's new. So my questions would be, how many different contractors have you had so far between the two facilities?
And when you're saying contractors or contractor staff, I guess that's, we're
contractors, companies that you're contracting with a company, not individuals that they employ. How many of those have we had?
One.
Okay, so we've got a test case of one, and you've been consistent in your ovations to the board that you'd like to do it better internally. So I get that. And then, do we have any department heads that have either been complaining or would, side, I guess, with you on, hey, let's do this, and are they here to speak about this?
There are some here. We did meet about 10 days ago with the management staff out there. Anthony, Tammy was on the call. Dave Kubik has provided some feedback. So they were supportive of that. I know some of them are on here if they would like to chime in as well. But we did have a Zoom meeting with them to make sure we understood their observations and their support for this position.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is going to be the numbers, and I see them in front of me here, so I'll need a moment to digest those. Thank you.
Certainly.
Chris, Dave Baker, and I know that, I have, I guess, first of all, this was not initiated by me, although that I have in the past had some of the departments at the West Campus talk to me about their concern for, different face on a regular basis. They get somebody trained and then that person's gone and then somebody else is in there. And it was like, a merry-go-round. But also, concern then with having different people in their workspace and probably more confidence if they were fellow county employees, and fellow not meant to be in the masculine term as a generic term. It sounds a lot like what we had at Sunnycrest Manor with the dietary, where we had an outside entity and the manager was refusing to participate in mandatory management meetings. Chris Kirsch was swiftly dealt with that. And, the dietary was a big part of the service and care provided, the continuity of care at Sunnycrest. And so it sounds very similar to me, and I'm sure you sat in on some of those meetings and heard those discussions. Does it sound similar to the Sunnycrest situation?
From a performance standpoint, yes. Yes, definitely.
Okay. And the last time that I talked to, it would have been Chris and Emily, we were getting better service, better food, and a complete buy-in from the staff in dietary. So I know that Chris Kirsch was very pleased with that ultimate decision that we made to support her in bringing that back in-house. So it sounds very similar to me, and I know that some of the department heads and staff from out there are not all that comfortable with the current situation.
Maybe on the numbers, what's our current contract? I see 3 other companies, but I'm not sure if those are just quotes or they were historical quotes or they're new quotes. Just walk me through a little more of the details of how much this is costing us right now.
Current cost for the West Campus is, did I not put that on here? Give me 1 second here to review what we put down here.
I can look up the contract. I
don't have it in front of me right now.
3 to 25,000, if I remember correctly, per year.
Yeah. Yep. And that's for the West Campus.
So total, it'd be about 40,000.
And that's the current contract we have for the jail and the West Campus is the same company. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So the same company, and that company is not the ones listed here.
No, Dubuque Janitorial was the contractor out there.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know, the name.
Sorry.
And then these 3 quotes we have now are recent, or they were when we awarded the contract
they're
a year or
recent.
2 ago?
They're recent. I've talked to all of them within the last 3 weeks.
So what I'm seeing is roughly almost $10,000 more for any new contractor to come in. Is that accurate? And up to almost 30,000?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I think I generally understand the numbers. What's our contract that we currently have? Can we enter in and out of that contract whenever we generally want to within a 30-day notice or less?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And if this was approved, we would offer this out. We have 2 part-time custodians that would be offered this as a promotional opportunity. So we know we would be getting a quality employee. They do wonderful work now in our courthouse. So they would both be able to have the opportunity to apply for this job.
Would we be replacing the 2 part-time employees or the 1 part-time employee who might move up? I mean,
Yes,
so we're going to add this to staff. We're not replacing staff or.
No,
right?
we would, if one of those part-timers moved up to the full-time position, we'd have to fill the part-time position, backfill it.
Right. As I understand it, one of the difficulties is that because of COVID, it's hard to know that anybody's cleaning to anyone's personal standards, right? There's suspicion no matter who does what, that it's not clean. I've observed that in the boardroom. Certainly people have observed that. People clean their own desks when they come in the morning because that's the only way they feel they can be sure. So I'm wondering if this is the only solution. It might be that people would prefer to clean their own spaces and then just have a part-time person swing out to do bathrooms.
Well, they'd have to clean more than the bathrooms, though. We have common areas that would have to be cleaned. We would have all the windows. We would have all the high-touch areas outside of their work areas that would have to be cleaned. Currently, right now, we don't clean desks unless we are specifically requested to. They make sure that everything's off their desk so we can clean it. That's their responsibility. We do all the floor cleaning, the trash emptying, the recycling. Like I said, window cleaning, vacuuming, floor scrubbing is currently what's done by us or by a contractor.
Maybe back on the numbers, I think I understand them. So we're saying there's $40,000, $25,000 for the West Campus, $15,000 for the historical jail. And the other proposal we have is to hire a full-time custodian position at a minimum of $55,000. So your recommendation is a minimum increase of $15,000 to accomplish this task?
Yeah, but the other option would be, the next lowest bidder would be True Clean. So we would engage into conversations with entering in a contract with them.
So you're at the point where you're looking to potentially cancel the contract with Dubuque Janitorial?
Based on, they are not working out there. I canceled the contract with them a week, 10 days ago when they refused to wear masks when they were on site. And that was the third or fourth time that they refused to wear masks. Plus they weren't cleaning appropriately. So we've absorbed it currently. I'm sorry, Jay, go ahead.
Oh, no, great. So I'm very pleased that you're being stringent on the mask requirement. So that's a very good thing to keep people safe. But tell me about the current status of the existing contract.
The status for the existing contract out at the West Campus is it is canceled. They are no longer working out there because of performance issues and, like I said, the mask issue. we're absorbing it right now with overtime with all of my staff.
So we are cleaning West Campus right now with our current staff, correct?
Yes,
And is there any overtime resulting from that?
yes.
How many-
Overtime and then everything over 29 hours a week for the part-timers.
If we took a part-timer and made them a full-timer, would we be able to do this? Without adding another person?
We'd be hard pressed to do that because of we're also doing the city assessor's office on Elm Street. And if we were going to do that, the question would be, do we want to maintain the current contract with the old jail then too?
And with that, and that would only provide us with about 11 hours a week of extra time because the part-timer's currently working 29 hours. And so we don't think that would be sufficient to cover the West Campus.
The two
Chair
part-time,
Baker, this is Anthony. Can I make a comment?
Of course.
Sorry, I just want to quickly interject. So Dubuque Janitorial, they were generally working about 2 hours a day, cleaning the West Campus. So, kind of factor that into the $25,000 contract. And in my opinion, 2 hours is not enough to do a full cleaning on the entire building.
Never was.
Chair Baker, this is Tammy Henry. Could I speak for a second?
Of course, go ahead, Tammy.
I'm going to support what Anthony just said, and I'll just kind of give you a little bit of what my insight's been. I'm there a lot of times later at night, and I've seen the cleaning crew, and it's less than adequate. This is a brand new building, and this building is getting dust on all of the ledges. And it's just not being cleaned appropriately. And I hate to see this brand new building, become kind of what we worked in before. I know it's a long way away from that, but I just think that the cleaning could definitely change, and the cleaning services just were not doing the job.
Yeah, and this is Anthony. Well, I guess what I noticed the most was more kind of spot vacuuming taking place. So there'd be areas where we might attract a little bit of dirt, or there might be a bug on the floor or something, and it sat there for a while. So you knew there was just some spot vacuuming going on.
And I'm again will say in the old facility, when we had services that were provided from a county employee, even in that old building, they did such a good job trying to maintain. I mean, that building was built in the 70s, and they would still even try to wax that floor and do things that, to try to maintain that building and dust above things. And so I would say if we had a county staff person, this is my version of what I think would be great. That person could focus maybe once a week on a department and deep clean that department. Now, and we're not asking them to clean our desk, and this isn't about COVID. I'm thinking the long term of the facility.
Okay, do we have any other comments or questions from department heads or staff? Thank you for your input. We do have this item on the agenda, so I'd ask my counterparts, Supervisor McDonough or Wickham, if there are any other questions, discussion regarding this issue.
well, I don't see a list of choices, right? It appears that it's been decided by Chris and Dawn that we're going to hire our own employee.
Well,
I think it's their recommendation. I think it's their recommendation.
It's our recommendation. Otherwise, we would reach out to the next lowest bidder and engage in a contract, develop a contract with them.
And the cost would be pushed, basically.
Yeah, it'd be about 55,000 with them. That's the next lowest bidder.
Does the
So
total from the county include?
Go ahead, Ann.
Is the total cost including the benefits?
Yes, it does include insurance, IPers, we rounded it, we totaled everything up there.
Okay. Any other questions?
Chair Baker, I did see that I think Mona Modernock was asking to speak. And then I do have another question or comment, but I'll defer to her first.
If you're okay, we'll go to Mona first, and then we'll come back to you. Can we make sure Mona's allowed to speak here? Make sure she's unmuted?
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me
Hi, Mona.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak on this issue. I too have been out here a lot late at night, and the staff that we had, you know, they wore bedroom slippers. They talked on the phone while they were cleaning. They, you know, they just didn't spend enough time, you know, windows and dusting. I mean, I've had to go into our conference room and clean the table off, clean the sink, you know, and it's just, you know, it's such a beautiful building. I hate to see it, you know, go downhill. And that's why I was kind of hoping to, in supporting hiring somebody, excuse me, from the county that would definitely do a good job. I am assuming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona.
Thank you, Mona. Supervisor Wickham, you had another comment?
Yeah, I think, you know, the first observation I'll make in my 5 years is that I'm generally pretty pleased with the maintenance and the level of custodial staff that I've seen, mainly in the courthouse, but I've been in many of the other buildings as well. And so our staff, I think, does a tremendous job in keeping the bathrooms very clean. So I feel good about that. I think the public feels good about that. Not to go too far down memory lane, but when I was with Cartograph, I worked late often, and I would see the custodial staff and also had some of the same comments that I've heard from department heads. And so we were in the business of developing software, not in cleaning businesses or buildings. So we went through quite a few different service providers, but eventually we got it right. And, you know, I think our core competencies in government don't have to extend down to cleaning every single facility that we own. And so hearing that we've had one contractor so far, I would encourage and I would be supportive of reaching out to an additional private contractor to give the private business one more crack at this. So that's kind of where I'm at this point.
Okay.
Any
other comments, questions?
That's actually where I am as well. I mean, we haven't reached out to any, we haven't explored other options. We've gotten prices, but we don't know, you know, you can get references, you can talk to people. Maybe we can find a private, you know, all this is really about preserving our ability to spend the taxpayer dollars smartly. So I'm not interested in having an employee to do this job if it can be done by the private marketplace.
Okay, so that action would be taken when the personnel requisition comes up for consideration during our 5:30 meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or discussion?
Thank you for your time.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you.
it.
Yep, thank you, Chris. Okay, moving on our agenda, we are a little bit ahead of the next work session at 4:15 p.m. It'll be boards and commissions update. So I would entertain a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. We are in recess. Thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene work sessions. We have our next work session, 4:15 p.m., boards and commissions update. And the first agenda item under that would be the Urban County Coalition, or UCC, priorities. And believe that Ed Raber may have a report on that. Is that correct, Ed?
Hi, Dave. This is Ed Raber. I don't think it's in our packet this week, but last week we had, a couple of weeks ago, we, in the absence of Supervisor Wickham, we had started a discussion about where we were with any of the priorities that the Board of Supervisors maybe want to look at in comparison with last year. I have something, if you're willing, I'd be happy to screenshot that. Let me do that. Oop.
Ed, are you talking about your November 6th memo?
Yes.
Okay. If we can get it, if you want to post it, that'd be fine.
I would. I was just having another bit of technical difficulty.
Okay.
So in an email to the supervisors earlier this month, just wanted to get back to say that the Urban County Coalition, 5 counties, we had an initial meeting. I participated in that, listened in. Supervisor McDonough was on the call representing the county as a supervisor. Last year, they had 2 principal priorities: commercial property tax backfill, preserving that, and mental health funding. So this is the language. I did not write that. That's their language that I had included in an email back to you. Language is also included in some emails from the Urban County Coalition lobbyists. And after the discussion, the committee people, your peers, decided that at least initially, that was what they were asking the staff to move forward with as the priorities again this year. Some of the things that worked into that is we anticipate that this legislative session will be starting like the last one ended, which was somewhat different circumstances where we're not in the, we're not going to Des Moines. It's probably be a shorter time frame, a little bit different situation, and adding in a lot of other issues. I think the supervisors on the call felt like that was may dilute the principal concerns that these 5 Eastern Iowa metro counties have. Below, there's a long list. I'm going to kind of scroll past it just to give you a sense of how deep they are. There was a lot of other issues that came before the group that were on the information that was distributed to all of you about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And while most of those are very interesting and timely topics, the board, the gathering of those supervisors thought that focusing on those 2 issues, preserving the commercial property tax backfill during this COVID year, and securing and building on our mental health funding was the priorities. So I'm not presenting that to say that that's what they should be. I'm telling you that those your colleagues from those 5 counties had that as their principal backstop legislatively through the Urban Counties Coalition. I believe that there's maybe been some additional organizations that you all sit on that all have their own perhaps different legislative agendas that they'll be pursuing. This is just that Urban Counties Coalition. So Supervisor McDonough was there I'll take a breath and let her weigh in on her experience at that meeting. And if there's any other comments or questions that any of you have, I'd be happy to address them or to go work on them. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ed. Supervisor McDonough?
I think Ed's given you a great overview. The issue is always, in this case, we think that we're in no way to project what the legislative session is going to be like. So it seems to lead with the things that you really, really need them to address is most likely able to get them to focus on those things. And that's the same approach that we've taken in the East Central Governing Board in the setting forth the brain health priorities, just anticipating that while we have a long and lengthy list of things we would like to have the state legislative process assist us with, because we don't know if they're even, are they going to be virtual, are they going to be in session for 3 weeks, you know, it's hard to know. So we're trying to upfront a couple big items and let the others be there. It really it also is a thought of how much do they really read beyond the first page anyway. So.
Okay, I'm going to comment on a couple of them that maybe aren't, you know, there's the 2 priorities, but there's another list that has some things, and some of the newer ones that were added, and I believe that Dubuque County did have some input into that. One was the master matrix issue, allowing the Board of Supervisors to hold a public meeting for master matrix projects before they're allowed to proceed. I believe that's important. I think you're going to see more pressure in that area. Something to discuss. And just as a reminder, I have asked for a work session on the annual letter that resolution that would take place and has to be submitted by the end of January. And otherwise you give up your ability to have any input or buy-in on the master matrix. And then the manufactured housing communities, that's something that I've been involved in, that offers residents of manufactured homes or trailer homes, if mobile homes, give those folks similar protections as those through the landlord-tenant laws. Currently, and we had the fiasco at Table Mound where they came in and raised rents, in some cases doubled rents. And the problem is the people who own the homes don't own the ground underneath it. So they're not given the same protection as the normal landlord-tenant under the landlord-tenant laws. And just keep, you know, asked to keep that we keep an eye out on that. And we have mobile homes throughout the county, from Dubuque all the way out to Dyersville. And I had calls and input from all of the above. So there are concerns because these large corporations are buying up a lot of the mom and pops, and they come in generally, and the first thing they do is raise cash flow, and they do that by raising the lot rent. So sometimes it forces people out of their homes, literally, because the term mobile home, after they've been in place for a number of years, doesn't really apply. It would be very difficult to move a manufactured home that's been in place for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. So anyway,
So if you would like me to just kind of bring you up to speed a little bit on both of those issues. So of course, when we put together the priorities list, the manufactured housing communities, that we all know this through bipartisan efforts, made it through the House of Representatives at the state legislature last year, and it looked like we were going to get a bill. We had our all local team. Everybody worked hard on that, and it didn't happen. So, you know, there's something to pick up and take if that we like. If they'll take that issue back up, that'd be great. And then, Dave, honestly, on the master matrix, I saw your notes, and we'll do I'm sure the proclamation or the resolution. But I've talked to supervisors on other boards and committees I'm working on, including ISAC's supervisors priorities list, and I raised master matrix there. Story County had a very aggressive stance they wanted ISAC to take, and several of the smaller counties that have many more hog feeding lots and confinement animal feeding operations, they just they wanted they said they are just very hesitant about when you want to make a change in this law, you need to be ready to go, because it's a concern that the industry has been preparing for 20, 30, 40 years to get ready to do this. So when I see some of those mid-sized counties that deal with this issue 20-fold of what we do, walking around the issue very timidly, you know, that's just, I was instrumental in getting this added to the list at your request last year for the UCC priorities. But in terms of pushing it forward robustly, we kind of all have to be ready to make that a #1 issue, or we could be surprised by what we get back. So that's what they've told me.
I know that there's a group that every year, and I know Supervisor-elect Potoff is on here. He'll get a letter from them. You'll all get a letter, and they want you to basically scrap the master matrix. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about my visits with Shirley Helmrichs, our counterpart from Delaware County, who is an expert in this area, and it is simply about having the ability to have a public meeting. That's it. So I wouldn't be spooked by that, and I don't think, you know, in most cases, there's a lot of pushback on that. Maybe in some of the more rural counties where they don't have zoning, and by the way, there's a lot of counties that don't have any zoning, and I'm not so sure, but I think Delaware County might be one of them. You know, we have 98,000 population, so we have had some issues. And the other thing is, a reason to have a public meeting is we have more absentee landlords when it comes to these hog confinements. In other words, they buy a parcel, they put it in the middle of nowhere, and nobody lives there. But the neighbors around there get concerned because there's nobody living there to keep an eye on. So there's things that can be done. Filter trees to help with sight and smell, that type of thing. And generally, people want to be good neighbors. And the Farm Bureau website and the Coalition for Iowa Farmers website both encourages people who want to put in a hog confinement or animal CAFO, that they go and talk to their neighbors first, and that's really what this is about. So I don't think it's the end all, and it's definitely not what that Iowa City group is seeking. I actually went out and visited with Shirley Helmrichs and the DNR, talked to them, and we have, if we don't have, you know, there's very limited role for the Board of Supervisors at this point. And, but we're the ones that have to talk to neighbors who are concerned about it. and have to, you know, genuinely listen to their concerns.
So maybe
Anyway.
what I wonder as we talk about the priorities, do we wish to visit with our local legislative team to talk about priority setting with them? Last year we
Well,
talked.
maybe before we, I think that's a good idea. If we would, I'd like to stay on the UCC for a minute. So this has been one. I was surprised, 6 years ago when I got on the board that we actually had hired a lobbyist. And so I just didn't think Dubuque County would do that. So I learned about the process and got familiar and comfortable with it. And I was on this last call, just listening in, not to create a quorum related to issues. And so I'm fine with the priority list we have, and I think it makes sense to shorten it down to just 2 items. I think that makes sense. But the larger thing I'd like to have my colleagues think about is, what are the dollar amounts that we're getting for this lobbying effect, and does it have any results, and is there any influence? And so, I would be hard pressed to find a lot of influence and a lot of success over a series of years. And so that might be one of the things we can look at it. Don't get me wrong. I listen to Pints and Politics on the radio, so I love this stuff. But I don't know if it's where the supervisor's time and energy should be spent and the taxpayers' money be spent. And then the last thing I'll leave you with to also ponder is we're with the UCC. Okay. And so there's about 5 or 6 counties that are still right now leaning Democratic. And the Democrats have some sort of control over. And the rest of the House, the Senate, and the governorship are Republican. Dubuque County in the last 2 presidential elections have not joined them. So we are now an outlier in this group. And is this the type of group we want to be part of? And is it helpful to be part of this group?
Well, Scott County, I think, is still pretty red. A lot of the issues that come out of Scott County and UCC, their reading is certainly they have Republican state legislators and senators there who lead and are signatures on some of the bills. So I guess you got to look at it this
Agreed.
way. They write
Agreed. Lynn County.
They write legislation every year directed at making Johnson County do something differently, right? And Johnson County
They're
owns
in our group.
proudly, right? When you agree, Jay, they own it. Even at UCC, they're like, yeah, that was us. We did that. And so, this last meeting, if you heard, they kind of said, hey, be careful and let's not upset folks so much. So we don't want to get legislation directed at us. But, the UCC folks, those lobbyists are the same ones employed by the Central Region. And I think it's a great way to be informed and to carry influence if there's any available.
And I'll comment just
$25,000 a year. So I just would ask you to think more about it. We're different than we were 12 years ago. Our electorate, the majority of voters would not side with this group in Dubuque County. Okay, so I don't know who we're representing and who we're lobbying for and with, but this group is the most progressive, Democratic-led group, and I'm a Democrat. Okay, so I'm not offended by it. I'm just merely pointing it out. And should we be spending $25,000 on a lobbyist group to be part of this urban coalition, and what are we getting in return? We can still talk about all these issues without paying. We still can go through the same process. It's that, are we getting the results that we're paying for? And so no decisions being made today, but I would definitely encourage my colleagues to think about that.
But Jay, you also don't like us to be part of, you don't find value with ISAC. We have to be connected. I think it's valuable for my time and to be connected to other counties that are like us in size and urban issues. So our largest partner, the city of Dubuque, would feel that there are things that we raise together and that we look at together that have influence at the Urban County Coalition. Those urban issues, I think, are very real. And if we can be helpful to them through things that we champion, that's a win for the county.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I will point out that the lobbying group from Urban County Coalition is a mix of Democrats and Republicans. Anyway, I think we'll move. The other item on the agenda under this was the Workforce Development Board, and did want to, report that we have made significant progress. We've put together the 20-county Northeast Iowa workforce area, and Dubuque County has played a role in that. And so we have all the agreements in place. The local workforce development board is in place, and that'll be obviously one of the committees that I have accepted, one of the assignments that I've worked on. And pretty significant change there, and just wanted to let you know we do have very good representation on the local workforce development board from Dubuque County and the former Region 1, and just wanted to bring it to your attention that that'll be a position that'll need to be filled, and hope that it's given the priority that it's been given over the last few years. So, but there was a big transition, and I think the heavy lifting is behind us. But this is an important board, and for those who may not be familiar with it, it's the under the Workforce Investment Opportunity Act, provides training and retraining and retooling for workers, in many cases workers that have lost their jobs through no fault of their own, through plant closings and other circumstances. And probably the most recent to come to mind would be Flex Steel, but in the past it's been instrumental in helping folks who worked at William C. Brown Publishing, who worked at Dubuque Packing Company, John Deere when there were major layoffs, and the former Thermaline out in Dubuque, and any business that's closed, that's been closed through corporate restructuring or whatever reason, the employees then are offered opportunities to retrain or retool and become, get prepared to move into a different line of work, or just to upgrade their skills. So it can be from a computer class to a two-year college credited program. So again, just wanted to make sure that it remains a priority.
Could I ask you a question?
For Dubuque County.
Is it necessary that the chair of the Board of Supervisors sit on this committee?
It is not a prerequisite, but I think it has worked out that probably would be something you'd really want to look at. I don't know that that's why I was on it, but I think it might be something you want to consider going forward. So, any questions for me on that? I just, again, this is our opportunity to bring you up to speed on some of the assignments and committee work that we do. So, Our next meeting is December 17th. It's a Zoom meeting, 8 o'clock in the morning. I'd invite anybody who's interested. I can forward the information, and maybe I'll get it to Ed or Dawn, and if anybody wants to jump on, including Supervisor-elect Potoff, might not be a bad idea. So anyway, all right. If there's no other, are there any other reports under boards and commissions? Not. We do have a work session scheduled with the Dubuque County Energy District. I'd like to go into that. We should have Michaela Freiberger on, and I think we can send this over to Michaela.
Thank you. And usually I see you guys either in the morning or in person representing a different organization. So Supervisor Baker, Wickham, and McDonough, and elect Potoff, I am coming to speak to you guys today with a couple of team members from the Dubuque County Energy District. So Shane Hopper is going to go ahead and take some of the lead of our conversation. Additionally, you will note that Gina Bell, who is one of our board members, is on this conversation. And you will see that Jason Nisus and Paul Duster from the Community Foundation, as they were part of the initial request to you, are also on this call today. So we're going to kind of go in line with when we applied for this funding. There was a note that we would keep communication open with you and report kind of some projects that are taking place in the Energy District, as well as communicate back and forth with other initiatives and projects that you may see fit to our Energy District work. So Shane, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself as well.
Hi, I'm good afternoon. I'm Shane Hooper, here representing the Dubuque County Energy District. Michaela already started her introduction here, but before she begins her kind of reintroduction to you of the things we've been working on, I want to thank you for your support this year. Many of the items she's going to be going over have been made possible through that funding, and we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. So kind of just an outline of what I would like to cover today. And again, I will keep this as open. You guys understand that I'm free to just kind of stop and answer questions as I go. But I do have this on my full screen. So if you wave at me, I won't be able to see you very easily. So kind of going over a little bit about the Energy District, as we do have an elect Board of Supervisor on the call. Just giving a little brief update about me being hired as a program coordinator, talking about what's going on in the Energy District, not only as it specifically relates to the grant funding, but also what we've been up to, and additionally what we are planning for the next year. So just in brief, our Energy District really has partnered with other energy districts throughout the state of Iowa. We all have very similar mission wording, but we all are working towards the same goal, which is to provide 100% clean and renewable energy by 2050. 100% means all of our community members, not just some who can afford it. So we really look to transform our current market and the way energy is looked at, and through advocacy, through education outreach, and working with other community partners to be not only the catalyst here in Dubuque County, but also throughout the state of Iowa. Some projects that we work on include, again, educational outreach about our mission and about the economic and social and the environmental benefits of switching to clean and local energy. We are looking to become that one-stop shop, so becoming that liaison between all of the partners as it relates to energy, we really look to work with small businesses, nonprofits, and farmers to integrate this conversation into their business planning and moving them also towards a sustainable future. We look to improve these access not only within the city of Dubuque, but also to our rural community members that live in Dubuque County. And then finally, we collaborate with our partners. We have been working with HACAP, which recently has taken over some services as it relates to weatherization at Operation New View. And we also partner with the Green Iowa AmeriCorps team to provide these weatherization and energy efficiency audits for low and at-income residents within our community. So in brief, in September of 2020, had accepted the position as a program coordinator with the Dubuque County Energy District. So a majority of you on this call may know me and Harley. I am Michaela Freiberger. I come from a background of retail education, and I come from our Main Street community here in Dubuque. I have a very diverse background of different things that I have my hands in, whether it be working with small businesses, or I also have done some work with some of our other strategic planning sessions to build up some other not-for-profits within our community to get them to be successful, whether it be marketing related or, again, on the back end, strategic planning for the future. I also, by night, serve as the chair of the Dubuque County Food Policy Council. A lot of the community connections that I have within the rural communities have become very beneficial to connecting our Dubuque County Energy District work as well into the county. But again, we are always looking for avenues and advocacy into the county. So any sorts of constructive criticism or community connections that you may have will be greatly accepted, and we will follow up with them as well. So that's just a little bit about me. But since Jason and Paul have been to you last, our organization has been very busy. We have continued to keep our place at the state table. There was the REAP, so the Rural Energy Audit Program, energy audits that were also presented to you as a Board of Supervisors. So we have recruited 3 of those. We have 1 farm and 2 businesses. Again, this is in the rural community within Dubuque County. And then finally, we have continued to engage the community. So just briefly, our state table conversations really are valuable to how us and our work can relate to you as a Board of Supervisors and your work within Dubuque County. We continue to advocate for energy programming and those who are impacted within our community as it relates to net metering and energy vehicle incentives. Now, I know one of you has solar panels in our county, and thank you very much for that piece of education that was brought to my attention the other day. But how can we make that more accessible has been some of our conversations that we've had at the state table, specifically moving us into the Ratepayer Bill of Rights, which is a project that we are part of. And Jason had, started to lay some of the groundwork for this conversation. And due to COVID, we've kind of had to reshift our conversation. But in January, we are looking up at picking that conversation here locally in Dubuque County up through our Eggs for Energy breakfast that we are going to be hosting. So, again, this is really important for us to be part of the Clean Energy Districts of Iowa, or SETI, because we can connect to other organizations working at the county level, working in rural communities to make an impact for residents as it relates to many different things in energy world. And we also can help get our place at the state table to bring incentives here to Dubuque County. Again, I mentioned that we had recruited 3 REAP energy audits. And so these audits will take place from our Winneshiek Energy District friends. His name is Joel Zook, and he is going to be coming to our community to complete these energy audits, again, for 1 farmer and 2 small businesses in our community. Through this, we, recruitment phase, we connected with the Dyersville Commercial and Cascade Pioneer to place ads and to connect our brand awareness with those in our rural community. And we are looking to, again, reach out into the community a little differently than, the city of Dubuque has been targeted in the past. So we have leveraged dollars from the state table to complete these energy audits. And so we are looking forward to actually getting the hard numbers to provide to you as Board of Supervisors, how these energy audits actually impacted our local community and how much it had saved some of our farmers and our business owners as well. And then finally, one other big thing that we've done is really engaging the community. And so we've hosted community conversations. Jason has done a phenomenal work to get us to the point of the living document that is the Ratepayer Bill of Rights, and continuing that conversation again, moving into January as well. So it doesn't just stop, it continues. Additionally, we've hosted a legislative energy crawl, and that was a hybrid format. So we were able to engage people in Washington, D.C. and at the state table, as well as here locally within Dubuque County. Specifically this year, we talked about weatherizations and the impact that some state legislation has had on our local community and our residents who previously would have been receiving weatherization and energy efficiency services, and how that has changed. Additionally, we talked about small businesses and solar, how we have Textile Brewing Company that is putting solar panels to help offset some of their energy costs, which to me, when I found out the number, it's a little crazy. It's a little atrocious for a small business to be paying that for energy. So in the long run, being able to use their story to share with other small businesses how they can offset some of those costs. And then finally, we hosted a local electric vehicle event here in tandem with National Drive Electric Week. So again, the reason why we are, having this conversation with you, the timeliness is really, really important that we, now that I'm a couple months in, continue to share our conversation of what we're doing, as you're providing us grant funding, not only for me and my role, but also for some of our activities as well. And we are here to keep this conversation, not only as me telling you what's going on and what we're looking to do for the future, but also to make this more of a dialogue between us and you as the Board of Supervisors. So prior to my time, thank you to Paul and Jason again for being able to secure funding for the Energy District through our Board of Supervisors. Since then, we've been able to distribute over 2,000 bulbs as one of our outcomes, for our success was checked off, which means that over the next 10 years, there's about 1.6 million kilograms of CO2 that is saved from being emitted here in Dubuque County. And what that translates to dollars over the next 10 years, there will be $412,000 saved by the end user on their energy expenses. So that was distributed originally through our libraries in our county. And again, thanks to Jason for his initiative and Shane also for his initiative within our city of Dubuque to get some of our residents up to speed with our LED bulbs. So as I mentioned, again, this is, just kind of starting the dialogue between me as the new program coordinator and bringing us kind of up to speed as to where the Energy District is looking to go for the future. So there's a long list of things, and I believe since I sent this to Dawn ahead of time, you all had a chance to look at this ahead of time. But again, we are really looking to build community partnerships, and it's not just necessarily related to putting a solar installation onto your home or weatherization for our low income and at-risk residents. But this is also tying our whole system together, which is where we are looking to tie in our local food system with our locally sourced eggs for Energy breakfast, and really connecting our conversations from the state table here to our local conversations, and how we can implement things either maybe Clayton County or Winneshiek and their energy districts have implemented, and how we can continue to keep our organization moving towards our goal of 100% renewable and clean energy into the future. So at this moment, we are kind of coming to the end of the presentation. Shane, I'm going to let you kind of capture anything I may have missed as well.
Got on mute, I guess. No, I think you did a great job. I just wanted to thank the board again for your continued support. That support will just continue helping us reach more and more people throughout Dubuque County, and therefore reducing the county's carbon output, and hopefully providing some energy security to those of us in the county that need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions?
Michaela,
For
I have one for you. You've been in this job now a few months. If you were full-time, do you know yet what you would be directing to? I mean, what do you see right outside your ability to accomplish that more time might help with?
So if I were to be full-time versus part-time, I feel I would be able to connect more into our rural communities and our small businesses and our farmers. Again, I mentioned before, I think it's important that we look to you to provide some of those connectivity points, but at the moment, that is where it's going to take a lot of time. As we all know, working with people on something new and educating, and then again, continuing to build that reputation does take time, but that time is not lost. That's very valuable to our mission, and it's very valuable to our community. Additionally, there are a lot of programs that have been lost because state funding has continued to drop. So I feel there's a lot of opportunity to build more advocacy within Dubuque County, and to really educate those who could be private investors on the importance those different programs serve, specifically in talking with Tony, who is our on-site person here, who works for HACAP, previously Operation New View. We need to start getting creative within our community about weatherization and energy efficiency services, as over 60% of our community members who would have been eligible for their services have been put on a waiting list. Same thing with advocating at the state level for solar tax credits. You know, that is one of our steady goals this year, is really to push that forward, but that takes time. And with me being at 20 hours a week, really building that education and that advocacy, it's very difficult, but it would be much more valuable if I were full-time, because I would be able to stay at it consistently versus kind of being like, okay, I have to make sure that I'm respecting, I have a board I need to report to, and it's not necessarily about coming down to building our membership and things like that I can do, but really we need to be able to provide our mission two legs to stand on, and really being able to connect and advocate in our community.
And our funding was to the Community Foundation, correct?
Correct. At this time, the Dubuque County Energy District is funneled underneath of the Community Foundation, just due to the nature of us being a new non-for-profit. All of our steps are complete. We are just waiting for confirmation at the federal level of our status. So that is why the funding went through the community foundation.
Okay. Thank you, Michaela. Do we have any other questions for Michaela or anyone else from the Dubuque County Energy District? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela.
Thank you all for your
Thank you.
time. And thank you for your funding.
Okay, our next work session is 5:00 p.m. We're just a minute or two after that. So our county engineer, Anthony Bargett, and we have the engineer's report and general road department discussion. So Anthony, I'll send it over to you.
All right, well, good evening.
Howdy.
Okay, I don't have a lot to discuss today, but just a few, I guess a few updates here. One of our last projects for the year, Hosh Road Bridge, that is now complete. So we are now wrapped up with all construction for the year. So that would be it. I'm waiting for next spring for the weather to turn and start projects again. I wanted to give an update on the grant funding status for the Highway Safety Improvement Program grants that we applied for the John Deere Build grant and the Thunder Hills Road intersection improvements. Both grants were not approved, and one of the driving factors or main factors of not approving those was the lack of crash history is what was relayed to me. It kind of seems counterintuitive that that we need to also create dangerous situations to get funding, but that's kind of the how they I guess compare the applications against each other. They look at the high crash history areas, and that's what gets the funding. So it's kind of back to the drawing board for the Thunder Hills Road area. Of course, John Deere Build grant area that we've got the main build grant. We were hoping to get the HSIP application or grant to help with the match requirement. I think we still have a good shot at the ICAP grant that we applied for the John Deere Build grant, and that was up to I believe $500,000 as well. So I think we have a good shot at that. That's the air attainment program that we show some pretty good savings there for the environment there. I guess any questions on the grant funding right now before I give the department update?
Well, I'd like to ask you some questions about the Thunder Hills Road and the connectors there. I'm listening and I'm engaged, I guess, with Piasta as best I can in their strategic plan development that they're going through right now, and they're looking at trails and city infrastructure and locations of town centers and things like that, and where might an industrial park grow, what they hope to do as they look. And at the last meeting, they have to pull that consultant back far enough to see where this Cottingham Road and Thunder Hills Road is, and to put it into context of the moving pieces. So I've asked them again to please get a hold of you and look at this from high level before they, they're trying to decide where they're going to put their own connector roads and their own. I think they need to be always up to speed on what's happening with those other two areas. They're not done. I don't think we have them. There's not solutions for them yet, right? So
right.
I thought it was interesting though, Anthony, when they talked about doubling the size of their on Cap Road, their industrial park, they were talking about maybe using Dutch Road as a major thoroughfare.
Oh, Dutch Lane Road.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
Okay.
I didn't, just didn't know. It seems to me that if they're going to look at where they put in their main thoroughfares, obviously what they do will require us to respond. I mean, over time.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just not sure that they're really, they still continue to talk about a second diamond to get off the highway. And I said, oh, that's, that probably, I mean, that's not likely to happen. Swiss Valley's being connected to Cottingham Road. Anyway, are you talking to Whitney? I mean, are they really in touch with us about the status of things? I sent your note on today to Mayor Merton, just so he knew those 2 grants had fallen.
The only conversation I've had with Whitney is just the kind of the general concept that we've come up with for this this access road between Thunder Hills and Cottingham Road. I've just been trying to keep her up to date with that. As far as like a larger comprehensive plan on as to how they're going to grow and how that's going to affect the county system, I haven't had a lot of conversation with Whitney on that. So that's something I would like to definitely be apprised to, kind of understand how they're going to grow and how that's going to affect us. This access road that we're throwing out there, is it even a good idea according to their growth?
Right. And that's kind of what I say, where the consultants don't back up high enough to see that if we're working on an access road over here, but they're not intending to use that in any part of their future growth.
Right.
Seems like a disconnect to me.
Yeah, and we're running into, I guess, a little resistance from the Iowa DOT with this access road. For one, it would be a county road, so they're having issues with helping with funding for that. Even though it would help out the situation by closing off these accesses to Highway 20 and possibly relieving them of a future diamond interchange. They're still having some heartburn on actually putting money towards the county road. And then one of the other problems is that there is not, again, a high crash history there that the DOT can use to, as justification that, hey, let's put $4 million into this of our own money and show that there's a good benefit cost analysis towards this. So as far as getting funding from the DOT right now, it doesn't sound very good right now. And we've had some conversations up with, Stu Anderson at his level. Not to say that it can't happen, but that's right now it's running into some roadblocks right now. So if we want to try to pursue that kind of situation, it's going to come back more on the locals, whether it's Piasta or Dubuque County.
Would you be able to have a conversation with Whitney in light of these 2 applications being turned down at this time? And
absolutely,
if obviously we don't want to insert ourselves in their planning. They're making plans for what their next year's will look like. But they sure are acting like there's not a traffic problem connecting to 20. And the consultant is not focused on that. They're about trails and.
Well, I can tell you there is a real issue with, kind of starting on more the low level problems. The storage space in the turn lane there on the Thunder Hills Road. Whether the Iowa DOT addresses this or Piasta or Dubuque County is forced into dealing with this, something needs to be done on that eventually. And so that was what we were trying to get some funding for out of this HSIP program, extending that turn lane and create enough storage to get traffic off and, kind of help with that turning movement there. So, that's something we need to kind of keep discussing, especially going into the construction programming season for next year. Is that something we want to try to make a priority from a local perspective from Dubuque County, or do we kind of keep pushing back on the DOT that, hey, this is a problem that you guys need to address? We need to discuss that a little bit further.
Would you have interest in maybe a Zoom meeting with yourself and Whitney, the mayor, myself, and then bringing in one of their designers, just to kind of make sure that the high level folks that they're hiring their services understand maybe the results of the grants not being funded, but also, when they start looking over here at, Dutch Lane Road, I mean, that doesn't magically become ready for them to bring out massive commercial truck traffic. So just anyway, it seems to me that, sometimes I feel like maybe they put the wrong county person on their planning committee, and they really needed to have some high level conversation with the engineer. But
Sure, I would welcome that anytime to have more conversation about this.
thank you.
You bet. I guess continuing on, I just want to give a general update for the department. We're working hard to try to spread out our employees as much as possible in social distancing, trying to keep everyone as healthy as possible, especially heading into the snow removal season. It's vital that we keep everybody as healthy as possible and keep our workers going. We can be down a couple guys at any given time, but after that, it becomes a problem. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to spread out our groups, our guys into groups of no more than 5 people. So we've started with sending a lot of our Dubuque shop employees and Farley shop employees out to other shed locations that might have 1 or 2 employees there, and trying to just get that distance going. For the guys that remain at the Dubuque shop or the Farley shop, we're dividing them up amongst smaller groups, and of course, anytime they're near each other, they're wearing their mask. So trying to be as proactive as possible there. In the office, we're trying to do as much remote work as possible. Much of our engineering staff is working from home. We try to at least have an office manager in the office at any given time to at least, keep the lights on and keep operations going. I'm still checking in as much as I can, going back and forth between Delaware County and Dubuque County. But in general, it's a good time for the engineering staff to be working from home right now with focusing on design plans right now. And we've got a lot of our surveying already done. So we're focused on the projects for next year. So we're able to, get that social distancing going pretty well in the office as well. So, any questions? Oh, I guess one other update I want to give that I did not include on this, but I thought about. Last Monday, we started the traffic counts on Christoph Road, Old Davenport Road, and Shula Heights Road.
Oh, yeah.
So we started the traffic counters last Monday afternoon, and as of this afternoon, we shut them off and took them out of service. We will be delivering them to the Iowa DOT next week. They weren't able to take them this week, so we'll be delivering them next week, and then they'll be processing the data and hopefully have something back to us in a couple of weeks. And these particular counters that we put out there, they're able to not only give us a traffic count, but also give us axle count. So we'll be able to come up with a percentage of truck traffic that's using, especially Old Davenport Road and Shula Heights, so we can understand what kind of pattern is taking shape there.
Thank you, Anthony.
Any questions?
The Old Davenport Road, I was going to ask that, and I appreciate the update. I think we need to keep an eye on that, because that certainly was not constructed and for heavy truck traffic. So,
Anthony, I have a question. Actually, 3 of them. I'll give them to you all at once. 1, is operations ready for snow removal? 2, do we plan to have a snow meeting where we invite the school districts, the other small towns or public works directors? And then 3, I see Nathan online here as well. What's the status of our GPS app and the snowplows?
Sure. I guess to answer your first question, yes, we are ready for any snow that we might get tonight. We've been preparing our trucks transition them over to, you know, the tailgate sanders and plows. And so we're ready to go for whatever comes at us. We had not planned to have a meeting with the schools, you know, just kind of based on current situation with COVID and everything, but probably not a bad idea if we maybe try to arrange something, you know, through Zoom or, you know, something like that. We do try to stay in close contact with the Dubuque schools and Western Dubuque schools, you know, at any given time, and we have a lot of communication back and forth. So I think both sides are pretty well ready to go into this season, but still not a bad idea if we can get something scheduled and just formally get everybody on the same page. And then as far as the GPS install, and I'll kind of lean into Nathan a little bit on this. Currently, we're working on the radio installs, and the GPS has been delayed just a little bit. I guess Nathan, you want to jump in, and if you have update on the schedule. I don't have an exact update on it right now, but it's still in the works.
Evening all. Anthony and I were just emailing back and forth this afternoon to do a more formal radio update for the 14th. It's in progress, about 50% done. For GPS, all of the equipment came in about 10 days ago. We have a massive pile of boxes in the old jail that we are sorting through. We'll be working with Anthony's staff to schedule installs, prioritizing snow plows first. Obviously, that is the goal. Public portal is not ready to be shown, but there is data flowing back and forth successfully. Their developers have confirmed that to me, that they can access the Cypress data, ingest it into theirs, and plot it and show it as we were expecting. I don't have a soft launch other than we're still aiming for New Year's, the first week or two of January. Once we start getting a few units installed, we'll know how fast or how quick it's going to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, do we have any questions for Anthony? If not, thank you, Anthony, and we have our next our regular meeting is at 5:30 in about 10 minutes. So if there's nothing else for Anthony, I'd ask for a motion to recess for 10 minutes.
So moved.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to adjourn. Recess for 10 minutes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, see you at 5:30. Oops. You let me know if you're ready. I got 5:30 right on the button here. Okay. All right. We'll convene the meeting of the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors. 5:30 p.m. Monday, November 23rd, 2020. Meeting being conducted from the Dubuque County Courthouse, Board of Supervisors chambers, and via Zoom. Go to the agenda. First thing on the agenda, I would ask everyone to rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the
of the
flag
United
of the
States
United
of America
States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice
and
for all.
justice for all. Thank you all. Okay, at this time, public comments. Anyone may address the board on matters which are on the agenda. If you would like to speak, please, we don't have anyone here with us, so the podium will not be an option, but raise your hand or on Zoom, or let us know in chat that you would like to speak. And we would allow that, and you would have to give us your name and home address if you'd like to speak. And I do have a time limit of 3 minutes, and that's the chair's prerogative to put a time limit on it. So if anyone would like to speak on items that are on the agenda, please do so at this time. I would also qualify that with any of the cases to do with zoning, that type of thing, plats. You'll have an opportunity to do that during that session. So, and I'll ask Dawn Sherman to let me know if there's anybody wanting to speak.
This is Dawn. There's no comments on chat today.
Okay. All right, so we'll move forward. We have no proclamations. That's normally our first agenda item. So we'll go to approval of the minutes of the meetings from November 9th, November 10th, November 12th, and November 16th of 2020. And they have been distributed.
Motion to approve as presented.
And I will second that.
Okay. Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes. Any discussion or questions? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, we have no consent items today, which is normally item number 3. So we'll go to item number 4. We have procurement procedures. We have a proof of publication for 5 bridge replacement projects, which are 4B through 4F on the agenda today, which will be coming up here. So we need a motion to approve the proof of publication.
I don't see it in the packet.
It was not in the packet. Mary does have it here. She showed me a copy of it. It's the copies right out of the paper, just out of inadvertent error. It was not part of our packet, but it is on the agenda, and Mary did provide a copy of it. So we have the proof.
You've seen it, Chair Baker.
Did you want us to try to get it on the?
I'm asking if you have seen it.
I have. I did. Mary brought it over. I reviewed it. I read it, and it's there.
Did you want to make that motion?
I'll make the motion then to approve the proof of publication?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Okay, and just a little, the reason there was Mary, being a good steward of taxpayer dollars, reuses paper, and it had something printed on the back, and somebody else thought it wasn't the same document, but yeah, and she wasn't able to be here, so that's what happened to it. So okay, next up, 4B, approved notice to bidders for the county jail dormitory renovation. This is the aforementioned project, and this was, so we're looking for approval for this. I don't know if Sheriff Kennedy is on, if he has anything he wants to say on this, but this is simply the approve the notice to bidders. And you can see it on your screen there.
Move approve notice to bidders.
Okay,
And I will second that.
motion made and seconded to approve the notice to bidders. And is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay, next up, we'll go to Anthony Bargett. We have receipt of bids. This is item 4C on the agenda. Receipt of bids, bridge replacement on Chesterman Road, project LFM-B2202-7X-31. And Mary is opening the bids as we speak. Mary, how many do we have? We have 2 bids. You need help? Help? Okay. I didn't mean.
Okay, the first one is from Jim Schrader Construction. And his bid is $465,636.50. Again, that's $465,636.50. That's Jim Schrader, and he does have the bid bond. And the second one is from Taylor Construction. Their bid is $395,416.60. Again, that's $395,416.60. And they also had the bid bond. And that was all for Chesterman.
Okay, so we
I'll make a
have
motion
the.
I'll make a motion to receive the bids and refer them to the county engineer for his recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to receive the bids and refer to Anthony Bargett for his recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Next up is receipt of bids 4D On the agenda, bridge replacement on Carper Harbor Road, project L-B 2201-73-31. How many bids, Mary?
Just the two.
We have 2 bids.
And these people like tape. Okay, this one is from Jim Schrader Construction. His bid is $369,727.80. It's Jim Schrader Construction, $369,727.80. And he has the bid bond. Okay, this is from Taylor Construction. Their bid is $359,988.75. $359,988.75. And they have the bid bond. And that's all for that one.
Make a motion to receive the bids and refer them to the county engineer for his recommendation.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to receive the bids, refer to the county engineer for his recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, carried 3-0. All right. Next is 4E, receipt of bids, bridge replacement on Millville Road, project LFM-B2201-7X-31. How many bids do we have?
2 for this one.
We have 2 bids.
Okay, this is from Jim Schrader. Their bid is $242,063.20. Again, that's Jim Schrader, $242,063.20. And he has the bid bond. And the next one is from Taylor Construction, $219,789.50. Taylor Construction, $219,789.50. And they have the bid bond.
I'll make a motion to receive the bids and refer those to the county engineer for his recommendation.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to receive the bids, refer to the county engineer for his recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Next up, F, receipt of bids, bridge replacement on Stager Road, project L-B 2202-73-31.
And 2 bids.
2 bids.
First one is Jim Schrader Construction, $358,803.05. Again, that's Jim Schrader Construction, $358,803.05. And he has the bid bond. And the next one is Taylor Construction, $328,399.50. That's $328,399.50. And they have the bid bond.
Okay, we have 2 bids read for the Stager Road project.
I'll make a motion to receive the bids and to refer them to the county engineer for his recommendation.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to receive the bids, refer to the county engineer for his recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Next up, item 4G on the agenda. Receipt of bids, bridge replacements with railroad tank cars on Terra Lane and McAllister Road, project L-C2201-73-31.
Okay, this one we have. 8 bids.
We have 8 bids.
And the first one is from Connolly Construction in Piasta. Their bid is $168,131.10. $168,131.10. And they had the bid bond. And the next one is Eastern Iowa Excavating and Concrete out of Cascade. Their bid is $133,797.40. That's $133,797.40. And they have the bid bond. And the next one is Miller Trucking and Excavating out of Silvis, Illinois. Their bid is $273,405.20. $273,405.20. And they have the bid bond. And the next one is from Peterson Contractors from Rhinebeck, Iowa. Their bid is $229,049.10. That's $229,049.10. And they have the bid bond. Next one is Progressive Structures out of Altair. They have $222,911. $222,911. And they also have the bid bond. And the next is Spiegel Construction from Dubuque. Their bid is $172,290. It's $172,290. And they have the bid bond. Taylor Construction from Nubiana, their bid is $238,695. $238,695. And they have the bid bond. And the final bid is from Top Grade Excavating out of Farley. Their bid is $159,924.60. $159,924.60. And they have the bid bond. And that's all.
Okay, we have 8 bids on this project.
Make a motion to receive the bids and refer them to the county engineer for his recommendation.
And I will second that.
Okay, motion made and seconded to receive the bids, refer to the county engineer for his recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Okay, next up is item 4H on the agenda. It's receipt of bids for 3-year Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. And for comments, we'll go to our IT Director, Nathan Gilmore.
Good evening. Back in 2014, we did the first enterprise agreement with Microsoft for Dubuque County. Then 3 years later, 17, and hard to believe, it's 3 years later again. And time to renew a new agreement with them. This covers county email, SQL Server licensing, the hypervisors, Microsoft Office, basically all of the various Microsoft technologies that we run in Dubuque County. And this is a 3-year commitment that is billed out annually then.
Okay. Thank you, Nathan. Any questions for Nathan? Mary, how many bids? 1. We have 1 bid.
From CDWG.
CDWG.
Okay, their bid is $169,414.58 per year. That's $169,414.58 per year.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary.
Make a motion to receive the bids and refer them to Nathan Gilmore, the IT director, for his recommendation.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to receive the bid, refer it to Nathan Gilmore for his recommendation. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay. Next up on the agenda, item 5, public hearings. This is a notice of public hearing, amendment to zoning ordinance. It's for December 14th, 2020 at 9 a.m. And we will go to our zoning administrator, Tammy Henry, to see if she has any comments.
No, Dave, this is just for your public notice. So in this one, I don't have any.
Right. Okay, thank you. All right. It is in the packet in the information. Any questions? Otherwise, a motion would be in order.
Make a motion to approve the notice of public hearing.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the notice of public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. All right. Item 6 on the agenda, approval of plats. For this, we will go to Tammy Henry. The first item is 6A, a resolution approving final plat, Lamco Place. Tammy, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, everyone. This property is owned by Brian Lammers and is located adjacent to the city of Dubuque with a total of 16.26 acres surveyed. This property is owned R2 single family residential and C1 conservancy. The purpose of this plat is to separate the existing home from the shed in order to convert the shed into a home. The survey creates 2 lots. Lot 1 is a total of 5.92 acres surveyed with a shed, and that will be converted into a home. And Lot 2 is a total of 10.34 acres with a home. Lot 1 and Lot 2 will share an existing residential entrance. There were no additions or corrections required for this plat, and the bank consent is signed and attached. Some of the signatures are over 60 days old, and they include the surveyor of July 27th of 2020, engineer August 11th, 2020, plats officer August 19th, 2020, county planning and zoning August 18th of 2020, owner's consent July 28th of 2020, attorney's opinion August 28th of 2020, the county assessor July 29th of 2020, county health July 30th of 2020, and county treasurer July 28th of 2020. This plat's been reviewed by myself as the plats officer and has all the required signatures. I respectfully recommend approval. So as you can look at this, and you're looking at Lot 1 with the 5.92 acres, that area has got an existing shed that Mr. Lammers is going to convert into a home. And Lot 2 has the existing home that he intends on selling. So it's pretty straightforward. And if you go to the south of this property, that's where the C1 comes in. So it's kind of following, it's following a little waterway at the very south of Lot 2. And I do believe if you have any other questions that Mike Weber is on this evening.
Okay, do you have any questions for Mike Weber?
What was the reason for the delay in it taking so long?
Because Mr. Lammers had some bank issues that he was getting straightened out. And on our plats, and we give them up to a year before we ask for an extension with and sometimes it's health reasons and stuff, but this was in his situation, it was something to do with the bank.
Sure. Just getting things in order.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a motion to approve the final plat.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution approving the final plat for Lamco Place. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Next up, under 6B, resolution approving final plat, Latham Place, third subdivision. So we'll turn it back over to Tammy Henry.
Okay. This property is owned by Daniel and Maureen Latham and is located 0.25 miles north of the city of Asbury along Lenore Lane and Derby Grange Road with a total of 96.306 acres surveyed. This property is zoned R2 single family residential and C1 conservancy. The purpose of this plat is to separate a lot for sale purposes to create a lot around an existing ag building to be allowed to convert that ag building into a home in the future. This survey creates 3 lots. Lot 1 is a total of 5.212 acres surveyed and it will be sold. Lot 2 is a total of 89.659 acres surveyed and it's going to remain in current ownership and agricultural use. Lot 3 is a total of 1.435 acres surveyed and it will remain in current ownership and be the site for the new home for the Lathams. Lot 1 will use an approved residential entrance off of number -20-52 off of Derby Grange Road. And Lot 2 will have a field access off of Derby Grange Road and Lenore Lane. Lot 3 will have access off the private road, Lenore. There were no additions or corrections required for this plat, and the mortgage holder's acknowledgement is signed and attached, and all of the signatures are current. This plat's been reviewed by myself as plat's officer and has all the required signatures. I respectfully recommend approval. So this whole area is zoned residential. This is just outside of Asbury. It's between Asbury and Dubuque. And if you're looking at the lot to the lot 3 is the portion where there's an existing ag building that's being converted into a home. That would be at the bottom as you're looking here. And then there is a 5-acre lot that is kind of up under the power lines. And that is being, has a buyer for that. And that buyer will build up there, but the buyer is not intending on building for maybe 4 or 5 years from what we're being told.
Any questions for Tammy?
And I believe Mr. Schneider is on if you have any questions for him.
Any questions for David Schneider?
I'll make a motion to approve the plat as presented.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution approving the final plat for Latham Place, third subdivision. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Okay, next up, 6C, under approval of plats, a resolution approving final plat BST, acres number 2. We'll go back to Tammy Henry.
Okay. This property is owned by Robert and Sue Nolan, and it's located 0.63 miles southeast of the city of Bernard along Stoffel Road, with a total of 33.72 acres surveyed. The property is zoned A1 agricultural. The purpose of this plat is to correct a boundary line and allow the neighbors to own their access driveway. The survey creates 2 lots. Lot 1 is a total of 31.48 acres surveyed with a home and buildings, and it will remain in current ownership and use. Lot 2 is a total of 0.24 acres surveyed, and it will be sold to the neighbors to allow them to own their access. Lot 1 and Lot 2 will use existing residential entrances off of Stoffel Road. There were no additions or corrections required for this plat. There are no liens or mortgages on this property, and all of the signatures are current. This plat's been reviewed by myself as plat's officer, has all the required signatures. I respectfully recommend approval. So when you're looking at this, if you look at the top of the page there where it says Lot 2 BST acres number 2, and if you read down, we have created a non-buildable lot. This is a lot that if you are looking at any of the aerials, this is the lane that goes to the neighbor's property. And these neighbors have agreed that the ownership should be to the property to the southeast. And so that's what's happening here. They're correcting a lane issue and they're making sure, and we did not have them survey that whole piece of the neighbors to attach it. And it was okay to do that as long as we put this as a non-buildable lot. And it literally is a road. And again, Mike Weber, I believe, is on if you have any questions for him.
Any questions for Tammy or for Mike Weber?
Make a motion to approve the plat as presented.
I will second that.
Motion to approve the resolution approving the final plat, BST Acres Number 2. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Okay, we move on. Item 7, action items. The board may approve, deny, or table any action item. First up is a resolution, appointment of deputies, assistants, and clerks. And we have sheriff deputy position, permanent full-time, and 3 positions at Sunnycrest Manor. On-call basic carried, 2 of those, and a permanent part-time PI CNA position.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for the sheriff and the Sunnycrest positions.
Second.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? I apologize, Dawn Sherman, any input on this? I know you're recommending these.
I just wanted to make a point. The basic care aid, those are just temporary positions, and they plan on utilizing those until the governor changes those certification requirements. So we're very happy to get 2 on board.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Next up is a resolution approving .gov reimbursement request. This was to do with elections, and I don't know if Denise or Jenny are on. They have anything they want to
Mr.
comment on?
Mr. Chairman, this is County Auditor Dolan.
Hello, Denise.
It was suggested by the Iowa Secretary of State's office and also the Iowa Office of Chief Information Officer, as is stated in the resolution, to work to a more secure election process. One of the things we could do is change our website. Rather, it was dubuquecounty.us, I believe.
Org.
.org. Thank you, Nathan. .org was to change the website to .gov. .gov. In working with Nathan, and I thank him for all of his help, rather than just taking the election sections or the election pages of the website, we moved the entire website. It is more secure. .gov is more highly monitored. And Nathan could probably explain the monitoring better than I can. But it was suggested that we do this to for more security. So we did it, and the Secretary of State's office is offering $400 in reimbursement towards the cost of that. And so for this first year, the cost of the .gov website is $400, and that will be covered after that. I believe Nathan is going to include it in his budget, but I will let him speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, it is more secure. It's more resilient to, say, broadcast storms or DNS storms. It's monitored and managed by the federal government. This is, to be clear, this is the domain, not the website. The website is still hosted and protected and monitored by Civic Plus, our vendor. This is the domain. So if you now go to dubuquecounty.org, it will force a redirect to dubuquecounty.iowa.gov. So the future for the next 10, 15 years, however long, dubuquecounty.gov is the new homepage for our website.
Does that change?
Okay, thank you.
Nathan,
I'm sorry, Ann, I missed it.
does that change what we should be telling people?
I have no intention of ever allowing DubuqueCounty.org to expire. It's cheap to renew. I would suspect we'll keep that forever. But realistically, yeah. I mean, as business cards are remade, as people talk about where do you go, Google will eventually update as people begin to hit that more often. That's not a process we can force. It'll just naturally occur. But yeah, I would start telling people to go to DubuqueCountyIowa.gov.
So it'll change our email address as well?
No, email and website are deliberately separate.
Okay.
That was years ago as a change. It's easier to keep them separate. Could we make them match? Certainly, if that's something that we want to explore. But having them separate just makes things simpler in the long run because email providers can change. As we found out here, web providers can change. So it makes it more flexible.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the resolution approving .gov reimbursement request. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. Next up, item 7C, resolution awarding network security equipment contract. And I believe this is Converge 1, $24,898.80, and we'll ask Nathan Gilmore for input.
I'm very familiar with Converge 1. I've done a lot of professional services with them, predating my time at this position. I've known them for 10 plus years. I've never had the opportunity to actually buy any hardware from them. So having them come in as the low bid was a pleasant surprise. This is for 10 firewalls for throughout the county. A lot of our locations, we do not have our own fiber. So the way we do that is we get some sort of local internet provider, Maquoketa Valley, Mediacom, I'm on. We pop one of these tiny firewalls out there and we tunnel back to the courthouse to set up a site-to-site VPN link. This is a little over budget from what I had budgeted a year ago, primarily because in the time I budgeted, the time this went out, they updated the models to have dual power supplies, which increased the cost a little bit, but it's a good trade-off because 2 power supplies is always better. If one dies, we can just replace it, but the site doesn't go down. And then I had to include a 10th one for the city assessor's office. So, but I will work with Stella to figure out the differences for making it up.
Okay, thank you, Nathan. Any other questions?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for the network security equipment purchase.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any additional discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, carried 3-0. We have no communications, so we'll go to appointments, and I'm not seeing any appointments. So we'll skip right to item number 10 on the agenda, personnel requisitions. 10A, permanent full-time director of disability services. And this is formerly the CPC position, and we'll go to Dawn Sherman for her explanation.
Thank you, Chair Baker. This position is an opening due to an upcoming retirement. And so I worked with Supervisor McDonough, who is the appointee to the region for Dubuque County, and also May Hidgen, who is the CEO of the region. we wanted to ensure that as we update that job description, that we're capturing not only the duties that this person will be responsible for the region, but also any Dubuque County-led initiatives. And so we did that in the job description. And so we are recommending approval to begin recruitment for this position.
Okay, any questions for Dawn Sherman?
Dawn, did you want to include your idea who's going to be on the interview team? Is that all 3 supervisors, did you expect?
Yes, I would. This again is a direct report to the supervisors. So my recommendation would be for to offer you all to participate in that. I think this is a vital director level position. So my selection panel recommendation would be to include all members of the Board of Supervisors, since this is a direct report.
Any history on why that's a direct report to the supervisors?
I hate to say it, but that's just how it's always been, I think.
Sure.
I haven't had any discussion to change that in my tenure here.
Any need or interest that this should report to May Hinchin in her role?
I would like to not do that. May is a regional employee and this person reports to May inside the region for regional duties. But I think it's important that the county also have an autonomous piece and some of its own supervisory function. Whether this person reports to the board and what we want them to report to us about, I think we want to make sure that we preserve that element that this is also a county employee, and the other supervisors that I've spoken to inside the mental health region were just strongly stressing that this is a person that should also be doing work for the county.
This is Supervisor Baker. I am not in disagreement with Supervisor McDonough, but we do have other high-level department heads and positions that report to Dawn Sherman, who reports to the Board of Supervisors. And I guess I'm talking about Chris Soder, Nathan Gilmore. This might be a good fit to join that group. I don't know if that's been given any thought or discussion, but that would seem to be a, that would seem to make sense to me.
I'm fine with that. I just think that the person should report to somebody at the county level as well as the regional level.
And I agree with that. So,
yeah, I think it's important that this is a county employee, which has assignments for the region, but still at the direction of currently the Board of Supervisors.
Where's the funding for the position?
This would all be reimbursable by the region.
Okay. And then in the current job description, where does it list the Board of Supervisors as the report? Or is it just a comment of works directly?
Pause my screen here. Yeah, we
So
just
the
have
first paragraph says works directly with the Dubuque County Board of Supervisors. That
that's the only place that it would have any type of reporting structure there that mentioned in the job description.
well, since it was brought up, Dawn, how do you feel about this position reporting to you?
I don't have issue with that. My background is not in any type of mental health services or providers. We will get a strong leader here. I think we'll have a very good recruitment for this.
And Dawn, I'd like to jump in on that. I don't think, you know, you don't have expertise in facilities maintenance or IT, but I think when we did this, we thought having them to have a full-time administrative staff for these folks to report to made sense. But it's obvious that when they have issues, they come to the Board of Supervisors. And I don't think I haven't heard any complaints from Nathan or Chris since we made that change. And I think just for policies, procedures, that type of thing, they have, you know, they have you to go to, and you are, you know, full-time, high-level administrative staff. And I think that's, and also liaison to the Board of Supervisors. So,
And I do,
I think it may,
I do work with Nancy Fisher, the patient advocate. She reports to me. I think that had been a change prior to my arrival, and continues to be a good relationship there as well.
Right.
okay, that's good.
This director position will be reviewed, I believe, annually by May Hinchin for compliance with regional standards as well. And we changed within the last year the 2080 agreement of our regional partners, and that is new. So we did have to do some searching to find a job description that protects the blend of county and regional job duties. And we think this is good. I think this will work.
And from chat, we also have noted that Tammy Henry reports to Dawn as well. So I think, again, I think certainly the ability to go to the Board of Supervisors is there, but I think having someone in high-level staff full-time is important. So, and again, I haven't seen any speed bumps here regarding Nathan, Chris, Tammy. So I would recommend that.
With the current coordinator, I do assist with some day-to-day questions and activities. So we have a good relationship that I would continue on with the new person as well.
Very good. I will make a motion to approve the personnel requisition for the Director of Disability Services, reporting to Dawn Sherman.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0. Okay. Next position under personnel requisitions 10B, temporary part-time help desk support specialist in IT. And we'll go to Nathan Gilmore for this.
Evening.
And Dawn Sherman, excuse me.
So, slight brief history, and then I can dive a little bit deeper. So I restructured the IT department in late 2014. It was approved in 2015, that January. If you went back and looked at the proposal documents, I had a dotted bubble of this position labeled future if needed. We've added a tremendous amount of technology in the last 6 years, and I have not requested that position to be filled yet, and I am not requesting it today. It is on the horizon, but I don't feel that we are there yet. But what I am asking for is to create a temporary version of that position. The IT department usually runs with 1 to 2 interns, but given COVID, I did not hire one. However, I do have an existing quote unquote pre-COVID intern who is graduating in December. And I've spoken to him about this proposal, and he is interested in staying on short term. He is applying for jobs. We support him like we have all of our interns. We're rooting for him. We will continue to support that endeavor. But given the nature of COVID, you know, I don't know how successful he's going to be out of the gate. And he is highly experienced. He has good rapport with the employees. He's been absolutely essential for how we run IT. He's been just excellent, above and beyond in this COVID era, anything beyond what an intern would be asked to do. He's been a wonderful trooper. Having him stay on would be very helpful. We have a lot of remote workers now, and that's great for the pandemic, but they work all hours, and having him as another body consistently for the next 6 months would help us. You know, I've not had him commit to this. If he gets a position, fantastic. You know, this could be a short-lived venture. It could take us all the way to June. I don't see needing any additional dollars for this. If this was approved, I would not seek out any interns while this is currently in effect. So it'll be a wash from my budget perspective, but it would significantly help us out over the next couple of months here.
Okay. What's your pleasure? We've got.
Oh, Chair, if I may make one comment on the wages. We did
Okay, go ahead.
that. I did look at some of our local comparables for a help desk specialist. So based on those, I'm recommending the $19 an hour. So this is an increase of what he currently is, but he will be taking on additional responsibilities, working more independently now that we're having him more as the help desk specialist versus that learning and type of situation that he's been in. I know he's gained independence every month, and so that's a great thing. But this is a slight increase, but like Nathan said, this should not affect his budget given he has not filled those intern positions.
Make a motion to approve the personnel requisition.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to approve the personnel requisition. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3-0.
Thank you.
All right. Item 10C, permanent full-time custodian, facilities maintenance. This was the discussion we had at the previous work session. It did sound like Supervisors McDonough and Wickham were not inclined to approve this. I would just like to give my input. Again, the requests, I think, were from the staff from the West Campus were reasonable, and I think the cost is a break even based on the next in line contract bid. And if I would like to see us consider that. It sounds like that's not going to happen, but I think you know, if we can do it ourselves and we're even close, I think you know, I think we should do that. But certainly respect the opinions of my fellow supervisors. So we'll open this up for discussion.
I have a question for Stella Rundy, if she is still with us. It's one of my reasons to not hire a county employee, but rather to attempt to use private industry relates to from what funding account this will come from.
Hi, Ann. Are you asking what funding account a permanent full-time custodian would come from?
Correct, as compared to hiring with, a contract.
So if we hired a new facilities maintenance employee, it would come from that budget, which resides under general basic. And then of course, benefits under general sup. The cleaning contract currently comes out of general basic funds. So the funding source is the same.
So it wouldn't matter whether the person was an employee or not for purposes of budgeting?
No, it would be the same dollar source.
Okay, so I
But-
was wrong in my assumption.
Stella, you mentioned the benefits.
Yep. I was just going to say that the difference would be that the benefits come out of our general supplemental fund.
And what percentage of income would that be? I mean, there's, you figure in health insurance and IPERS.
Yep, so there'd be
into
health
that?
insurance. We would offer health insurance to a full-time employee after a certain period of time, either single or family coverage. Those each have a different cost. And then IPERS, a regular employee, I believe, this would classify as is around 9.5%. I don't have that exact percentage, but it's about 9.5%. And then
With FICA and IPERS, it's about
FICA.
17% of the wages.
So those pieces would come out of general supplemental, but the wages would come out of general basic.
But it isn't general basic the fund that we most want to preserve?
General basic is our fund without restrictions on it. So it is the fund that can be used for projects or other types of things. It also has a cap on it. So that's why we always just need to be aware of what we're putting into it. You know, when you put in a new expense, particularly employees, those are ongoing. Once you add it, it's there.
So in this case, that's currently where the contract, the janitorial contract was being paid out of general basic currently.
Yes, I would assume so, as it's coming out of the general operations of facilities.
So the question was brought to me that maybe we would get more if this person was a county employee rather than contract hiring any other service. And my response
More
what exactly?
well, better work ethic perhaps.
Oh, okay. I just would.
And it's always good to have someone have a full-time job in the county with benefits. That's a good, as long as it doesn't impact the budget negatively. I mean, we want to be strategic in where we spend our funds from. But it sounds in this case that it's all coming from the same fund anyway, so you know, there isn't really any cost savings.
Total dollar wise, I think that is correct, but to what will be charged to the general basic with a full-time employee would be lower because it would just be the wages, none of the FICA and the insurance, which is about $22,000 of that estimate that we had would be able to be charged to the general sub.
So it's kind of odd that it would actually be beneficial if we're looking at conserving general basic.
You have to.
I think the other point to consider, though, Stella, maybe you can comment on the size of general basic and budget, and then the size of general sup. You know, you're dealing with tens of millions of dollars, so I wouldn't get too excited about the savings or the allocation of the budget here.
I understand that, but Supervisor Potoff is with us, and he, there's sometimes we make hires for different reasons, and I was wrong in what I told him. So if it is the case where we get the benefit of a county employee for really the same wage, then I would change my position on this and would seek to hire. So I will make a motion to support the personnel requisition of a permanent full-time custodian.
There's a motion made to approve the personnel requisition, permanent full-time custodian, facilities maintenance. Is there a second? I will second it. Open for discussion.
Well, one of the things I mentioned before in our work session is that I have found that our existing maintenance staff does a tremendous job. So I'm very pleased with their performance when I look at the areas that they're responsible for in the common areas, and just even overall their pleasantness, their friendliness, they do a good job. I think on the other side of this, when we did go out to bid for this, we selected a contractor. We had one contractor so far. And so while we may not be pleased with their support, you received 3 other bids from other local businesses that are in business to do this work. And it's very hard for them to compete against government. And so I'm a small business advocate. I believe in what services they offer. And this is a case where I would want the board to give the small local business another opportunity and not hire another long-term position. When's the last time we eliminated a position in Dubuque County? It doesn't happen very often. So when you add to that payroll, you just keep piling it on. Whereas contractors, you've got a little more flexibility. And we've got, 3 more bids waiting in the wings to do this work.
Those are valid points.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second to approve the personnel requisition in 10C. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed use the sign of nay.
Nay.
Carried 2 to 1.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, item 11, tabled and pending items. I don't believe we have any. And next up, we have public comments, item 12. At this time, anyone may address the board on matters of which are of concern to that person, which are not agenda items. Please go to the podium, state your name and home address. Please be aware that the board is limited in their ability to respond to such inquiries, and Iowa Code prohibits the board from deliberating or acting on items not appearing on the agenda. So I will ask Don Sherman to let me know if anyone wants to speak. They can raise their hand or contact us through chat to speak in public comments on items not on the agenda.
Chair Baker, no one's indicating that they have public comment for this evening.
Okay. At this point then, I'd entertain a motion to recess this meeting. And then we can talk about whether you want to go right into the 6:30 meeting or take a brief recess. Or I guess you can build that into your motion.
I'll make a motion to move to recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion
Second.
made and seconded for a 5-minute recess. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Carried 3 to 0, 5-minute recess, and then we'll start the work session to discuss COVID-related issues. 5 minutes. Okay. Make sure that Supervisors McDonough and Wickham are on.
I'm here.
Here.
Okay. All right. We'll convene the 6:30 p.m. work session to discuss COVID-related issues. First up, we'll go to Patrice Lambert, our Director of the Dubuque County Health Department, for her update. Patrice, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I'm just going to start by stating that Stacy Killian is not with us this evening, but I do have a short report from her that I will share after our PowerPoint presentation. And Tom Berger, I know, is in another meeting, but he was going to try and jump on if there would be any questions for him as well. So with that, I just wanted to go to the COVID-19 in Iowa dashboard and real quickly give you some updates and encourage people to please go to that site on a daily basis. Currently in Dubuque County, we've had 42,786 individuals tested. Out of that number, we've had 8,676 that have tested positive. Out of that number, we have had 5,176 individuals that have totally recovered. And unfortunately, our total deaths are now up to 90. We have also added in our long-term care outbreak status one additional long-term care center. Bethany Home was added with 3 positive cases. We also on that list still continue to have Shady Rest Care Center, Luther Manor Communities, Manor Care Health Services of Dubuque, and Dubuque Specialty Care. And Sunnycrest, as you heard, is no longer on. With our 14-day average positivity rate per county, Dubuque County is at 20.3. So we are seeing a little bit of a decline in that percentage number. Hospitalizations, we are at, as of yesterday, we've had 60 Dubuque County residents hospitalized somewhere in the state of Iowa. The Tom Berger and myself did meet with a hospital incident command teams today, and they reported that they are maintaining as far as beds and maintaining as far as staffing issues. And that was this afternoon. And we all could not say enough that we are encouraging everyone to follow those mitigation strategies for the upcoming holiday, as well as the Christmas and the New Year's holiday. Please, please only gather with your immediate family. We cannot stress that enough because we do not want to see those numbers increasing in the hospitalizations yet again. So with that, Sam, could you please put on the PowerPoint presentation? And we're just going to start here briefly by, as you know, the White House report usually comes out on Wednesdays. So this was last week's report, and all 99 counties in the state of Iowa have been identified in the red zone, and the city of Dubuque continues to be in the red zone itself. Okay, the next slide, Sam. This is just another look at our new cases this month compared to last month. And it's quite easy to see why all 99 counties are now identified in the red zone. Next slide, Sam. Let's see here. This is basically, the positivity rates from this month, again, compared to last month. So again, you can see the continuation of the widespread across the state of Iowa. Next one, Sam. And along with that always comes with recommendations. And the White House Task Force is stressing to, again, to further or to even attempt to flatten the curve, we all must need to be following those current mitigation efforts. The mask requirements in limited settings that the governor has put into her proclamation is a good start. But another good, wonderful start is to have that mandate in Dubuque County for the mask requirements, which I can also add has gone smoothly as far as the health office is concerned. We really have received very, very little negative comments this week, or not even this week, at the end of last week and today as well. So we're very pleased with that. And we know that a mask is part of that mitigation strategy. And we do know that all of those mitigation strategies go hand in hand. You can't just do one and ignore the other, such as the 6 feet, social distancing, hand washing, and staying at home if you're ill. Again, we are looking at the messaging to get that word out per county. I don't know if you saw yesterday in the TH, and I believe it'll be in the Cascade Pioneer and the Dyersville Commercial on Wednesday, with Randy Gale's assistance with the JIC members, the Joint Information Committee. They did indeed start messaging as far as a health alert component, which I have only heard positives today on that report. And we will continue to do that messaging with that educational component as much as we can. So the next one, please, Sam. This is a comparison of the Dubuque County totals from last week, which is the orange bar, to this week, which is the blue bar. And the first column you'll see are the total cases, which continue to rise. The total recoveries, which also continue to rise. The total deaths, unfortunately, as we had mentioned earlier, we're at 90, and then the active cases. And on the right-hand side, in the past week, we've had 11 COVID-19 deaths in Dubuque County. The next slide, please, Sam. And this is our comparison of the total active cases per zip code. Again, the orange bar is last week. The blue bar is this week. And this too has been sent to our city clerks and to our mayors to share as they see appropriate in the county. You'll see that we have had a few of the zip codes for the past week. They've not had any change at all in their number of positive cases. And we still have a couple of those towns that the change has been less than 5, so we have not been able to identify that number because of the Iowa Department of Public Health criteria. The next slide, please, Sam. This is the percent of the age groups for Dubuque County as of today. And if you look on the bottom, again, we're still seeing that basically it's that 19 to 34-year-old age group that is presenting, well, actually the 19 to the 24 is, again, our highest group. But then you'll see that 19 to 34 is the age group that is showing the most positive cases, along then with that middle age group of that 50-year-old to about the 64-year-old. So those are our two primary age groups that we're seeing with the positive cases. The next group, please, Sam, or the next slide. This is the total cases per Dubuque County per zip as of today. And again, it's just another way to show you our numbers per our zip codes. The next one, and this is the percent of the positive cases based on the population size. And again, Farley continues to have the highest at 11.68%. The next one, Sam. I believe Supervisor McDonough, it was you last week who had asked me to check on what is our brain health doing as far as any updates. So I did reach out to Jody Jansen and to Chris Corkin, and Chris did send me a report. We did try and highlight her report on the next two slides. So I can just briefly go through those. The first is refocusing the brain health meetings on providers and how they're responding during the COVID, particularly focused on the delivery of services that have been impacted. One early bright spot was the value of the telehealth. And one more recent trend is, again, the rise in substance abuse, including the alcohol crisis calls. The second is including the brain health questions in this year's Family Needs Survey through the Child Care Network, updating and gathering the demographic data on Access Hub discussions with the stakeholders, meeting with law enforcement on the efficiency of the law enforcement, revisiting the jail diversion process to align with the ECR strategic plan priorities. There's a particular interest in looking at the reduction of the pretrial inmates early in the process due to the COVID concerns and discussing what the long-term impact and policy that may create. Continuing to train the Dubuque County law enforcement officers, Asbury Police Department, on the benefits of mobile crisis and potential law enforcement liaisons. Ongoing review of the efficiency of a jail psych nurse. Developing a relationship with the Iowa State University Extension over the farm stress grief issues. Organizing regional listening sessions under the CARES Act grant requirements will include the Dubuque, Delaware, and Jones County. And then Chris also sent me, the next slide, please, more of the work that pertains to the children. Applied for and received a grant from the CARES Act for funding for 2 local child care providers at St. Mark's and Dream Center for assistance with social and emotional learning skills for the staff. Applied for and still pending the Cigna grant to supplement social and emotional learning in the child care provider community. Ongoing relationships with the Dubuque Community School District and Western Dubuque Schools to share information concerning the COVID needs impact with a particular focus on sharing provider information to families. Addressing through community collaboration food security issues for children not in school or in the hybrid program. And ECR has also been very active in providing COVID financial support within Dubuque County. So their work continues, and I am certain that if you ever did want to do a work session or have more information, that Chris and Jody and the Brain Health Group would present in a heartbeat. So they are still, though, very, very actively involved.
Thank you, Patrice. That's great information to collect, and I appreciate your extra effort in reaching out to them. That's great to see it in just 2 slides.
Sure, thank you. And then the next slide, Sam. Sam did some searching on the COVID-19 testing update, and the majority of the sites are going to be closed on Thanksgiving. And we did send that information to Randy Gale, and he did have that in our update for today. But then shortly after that, Hardix did contact Sam, and they decided to close on Thanksgiving as well. So I know in Randy's update, when he did print that, the Hardix had planned, it was our understanding, planned on staying open. But now all of the the 2 test Iowa sites, as well as the Hy-Vee testing sites and the Hardix drug testing sites, will continue with their regular hours this week, but all will be closed on Thanksgiving. So we just wanted to share that with everyone. And then the next slide, Sam. Again, some additional sources and links. And that last bullet we did include because if there were still to be any questions regarding the governor's proclamation, we did receive the governor's number to call. So we would just encourage people to call that number and ask any of their specific questions. And that's all for the slide, but then I will give you a real quick update from Stacy Killian. They've had, 8,657 positive cases, which is an increase of 822 from their last report. They have received 29,962 calls and contacts from the community, all regarding questions and concerns on COVID. And that's an increase of 512 calls since the last report. They did just receive a partial shipment of thermometers that they will be given out to the community, basically through those contact tracing calls of people that do not even own a thermometer. And then last week, she was able to orientate 3 additional staff for contact tracing. And she also reports that they are interviewing this week for 2 temporary RN positions, and they hope to have offers out to those 2 nurses next week. And then lastly, the VNA is closed on Thanksgiving and Friday of this week, but the VNA will continue the contact tracing every day this week, again, except with the exception of Thanksgiving Day. So that is Stacy's report. And then just a couple of additional items that I just wanted to share with you is that the incident management team continues to work on, even though we pretty much have it not solidified, we never know if anything's solidified until we have to utilize it, but on the vaccine distribution plan with the Iowa Department of Public Health. We have heard on many news sources that vaccine could be starting to be distributed in the month of December. We will have our Iowa Department of Public Health webinar tomorrow. So hopefully they will have some more fine-tuned information on the vaccine distribution. Let's see here. With our hospital planning for an alternative site and for the staffing, we continue, the incident management team continues to meet on at least twice a week basis with the hospitals in our planning. But again, our number 1 priority goal is we are attempting every way possible, if we were to have a surge, to have the patients remain in the walls of the hospitals. We know still that we could have the best alternate site set up, but if we don't have the staffing, then it's not going to do us any good. And within those walls of the hospitals, we have the physicians, we have the respiratory therapists, we have the nurses, we have all of the staff, we have the dietary, we have the crash carts, we have all of the equipment. So just please know that we are going to continue with our planning because again, that's what public health does. We plan for the worst and hope that it never has to be utilized. So we are currently, or not even currently, we continue to do our planning on that as well. And I think that's pretty much all that I have for this evening. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to try and answer them.
Hi, Patrice, Ann McDonough. I did have a chance to visit with Tom Berger in the time from our last meeting about the alternate care site. And it was very helpful to have, the emergency management director bring me privately, briefing me privately about what's going on and what the plans are. I certainly feel that there is a plan, so I think that's good to know, as you say, and also that, because it was not in public session, there's things that can be discussed and we can be brought up to speed that I can't share, in public session, but I'm hoping that my peers and my colleagues will have opportunity to do that as well, to listen to the plan so we're aware and fully briefed about what's being discussed. So that certainly made an impact on me, that questions that I would be asking, they are asking and seeking the answers for. So just for whatever that's worth to my colleagues and to the community at large, it is hard to think about what you might need to know in a bad situation, but that's what they're planning for, hoping we never need to go there. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Patrice, I have a
Thank you.
I have a question. This is Supervisor Wickham. I have not been had any of those plans related to the temporary site shared with me. So my question would be, why are they being held private, and when would they be made publicly available?
Sure, I can answer those. They're being held privately because we're working in conjunction with the hospitals, and we do not want to release publicly the location until our plan is basically finalized. We know that the hospitals have corporate offices that they have to report to, and so we're just trying to do the inside work, and then if we need to utilize that site, then we will make it public. I can share that we may possibly have to go to the Board of Health and Board of Supervisors because there might be a budget need. So again, if that's the case, you will be given more specifics with the budget requests that we will be pursuing. But again, we're trying everything that we can do to stay within those walls of the hospital for any type of a surge that might occur. And what was your second question, Supervisor Wickham? I'm sorry, or did I just answer them both?
Oh, Jay, you're muted. No one can hear you, Jay.
Thank you. No, you answered my question as far as the second one was,
okay.
When would those plans be made public? And you said
Okay.
basically when you're ready and it needs to go to the Board of Supervisors, Board of Health. My comment would be, and this would be a comment to Supervisor McDonough, because you mentioned your colleagues, I think that's a bad way to earn the public's trust, is to hold things in private and to not to fully disclose them, that we are planning and preparing in their best interest. And so I'm not a strong advocate of holding things tightly when really what you're trying to do is prepare for the public's best trust. I don't prescribe to, I didn't want to scare the public. So, I think full disclosure would be what I would lean towards, both at the Board of Health for all of you, the employees and the board members, along with the Board of Supervisors.
Right. And I think if you just talk to Tom yourself.
Okay, or Ann, I'm on now. Can I address that?
Yes.
We're not and what I shared with Ann, I could probably share publicly. There's different committees working on it, like Patrice said. The thing right now is the site. The people who control the site, which is the building, are having a board meeting tomorrow, and they don't want it in the out in the public until all their board members can say that yes, it's a go to continue to work on the planning process. So that's probably the only thing that really at this time we wouldn't want out, in case there be some issues with some of the board members not allowing it. But we're very we did a couple, Chief Steinis and I did a couple walkthroughs, did some inventory. It's a very suitable site. The staff there seems to be pretty willing to help the community. So we continue to really struggle with the staffing problem, though. Healthcare has a staffing problem. They had a staffing problem going into COVID. So that's probably one of the committees that are working on that, as well as there's another committee that's working on what type of patients would be there. It's not going to be a field hospital. What we would do if we had to activate that, we would take patients from the hospitals, specific patients that could get by with a little less care, but maybe not be able to go home. And then they would be able to free up space in the hospital if it goes that far. So we're working through the agreements now at what time we'd have to go to the Board of Health, Board of Supervisors. And obviously with an agreement that'd have to go to, I would think you'd want CJ to review it, or someone to look at that agreement. So, but just there's some other buildings. It's a campus in the city close to the hospitals. So it's really looking good. I mean, it's a lot better than putting people on the floor of Five Flags in Army cots. I mean, we'd have beds, but we're still pretty early in the planning process. So, and I think that's probably the gist of what our conversation was Supervisor McDonough. But I'd be glad to expound on any other questions you might have about it as well. So.
Well, it's not so much about us peppering you for questions on the backside. It's about public disclosure for both emergency management and public health. That's kind of my point. I mean, I know I can get information if I need to, but that's not the point. That's not why I'm an elected official. The public needs to know.
Yeah, well, the public needs to know that we're working on it, and hopefully we made a lot of headway in the last 2 weeks. I feel the committees that we got full support of the hospitals. They're working with us, so hopefully we keep going forward and have something to you in draft form, within the next week or so.
I do not question your effort or your tenacity or your passion. Those are givens.
Thanks.
And again, we're just really, really stressing to utilize every inch of the hospital walls, if at all possible. But again, we will have a plan in place if that's not sufficient. So thanks, Tom.
Okay, do we have any additional questions for Patrice? Okay, thank you, Patrice. And Patrice, do you have a report from Stacy? Did you?
Yeah, just the one that I just shared was what she had given
all right.
me. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So next, and then I know we heard from Tom Berger. Tom, did you have anything else that you wanted to report?
Well, the only thing, we've seen an increase in the request for PPE, obviously, with the more patients that are being treated in long-term care facilities and assisted living. So with that, early on in the disaster, you remember that the National Guard did do deliveries for us. They were pulled off that task mission in about June, and the DOT started that delivering in the past 3-4 months, but now the DOT has snow coming, and so they're being pulled off. So the state has changed the way it is, and now we have to go to a regional node, which is going to be in Cedar Rapids, to pick up the PPE that we need. So that's going to take more time on our part to go down and pick that up and get it back here. So that's just a change in the process to get through the winter months. So, but we are still eligible, still getting the PPE out to the care facilities and the facilities that are in outbreak status at this point to bridge the gap from what they cannot get through their local or their normal channels to what they need to provide the service. So far we haven't really had to turn anybody down. So we keep working through that. So.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Any questions for Tom Berger?
Nothing more.
All right. We'll go to Tammy Freiberger for the Sunnycrest Administrator update.
Hello, everybody. An update with Sunnycrest in our monitoring area. So our level 1 monitoring, that's where we have our residents who might be post-hospital that we need to monitor for 2 weeks just for symptoms. We have 2 people in there that have just returned from the hospital. In our level 2 monitoring isolation area that might be symptomatic or awaiting test results, we have 0. In our level 3, our COVID unit area, we do have 1 person. That 1 person is a person who had previously tested positive for COVID on 9/18 and who had clinically resolved, had gone through their 10 days, 28 days resolved by IDPH, had a resurfacing of symptoms on 11/16, hospitalized, and they are treating him as a new case. I did contact IDPH and communicated with them because there is, you know, the question mark, there's not enough known information with regard to whether or not, you know, it's an actual new positive case or kind of the pre-existing had been positive before case. But IDPH did say, because the symptoms represented, that we needed to treat him as a COVID positive case, and so we are. That has still not changed us in terms of putting us back into an outbreak status. Our previous positive residents that we've had, we had one positive person on October 2nd. We didn't have another one until November 2nd. And this one is on November 16th. So you need to have 3 positive residents within a 14-day span to be outbreak status according to IDPH. Now we have different regulations in a nursing home to follow according to CMS, so Centers of Medicaid and Medicare, where any one resident or any one staff puts you into an outbreak status by their definition. And so by that definition, we did have testing of our residents Sunday and Monday this week because of the Thanksgiving week. We've kind of rearranged our twice weekly testing. So on Sunday, we had 0 residents test positive. Today, we had a staff member on the rapid test positive. However, it was a 1-liner instead of a 2-liner. Usually the 2-liners are quite indicative of a definite positive. We have had some false positives with our test. So we have sent that one out for PCR. So we are waiting to find out if that is a true positive or a false positive. So I will provide an update later on that, and for sure I'll be able to update you next week on that. We do have right now, you know, our staffing is challenged, but not quite as much. We have seen our numbers go down a little bit in terms of our number of staff that are out. We have 2 staff right now that are out that are COVID positive. We have one that I just spoke of that we are waiting confirmation. And then we have 2 that are symptomatic that we are currently involved in testing and awaiting results for them. Only other update to provide is we are working as a facility because number one, our first priority is to keep our residents safe. You know, keep our staff safe, but keep our residents safe. And we are also working on a communication box for our residents that our maintenance has put together for us that we would need to request a waiver for. Very much realizing that our residents, you know, are missing their family visits. So I would need to get Department of Inspections Appeals waiver for something like that to allow for some visitation, additional visitation. We have outdoor visitation, but the winter is coming and it's getting cold. And we want to support our residents like that. So I will be requesting that upcoming for approval. And I think that is all I have.
Okay, do we have any questions for Tammy?
No, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Tammy. All right. Next item on our agenda would be the testing update. I think Patrice has provided quite a bit of the information with the slide presentation. Anybody have anything else to add for testing update? If not, we would go to our Board of Health update. And I know Chair Tom Beschen, I believe, is on the meeting here. So I'll go to our Dubuque County Board of Health Chair, Tom Beschen.
Thank you, Chair Baker. Really don't have a lot to report. We met last week, and as you know, the mask mandate went into effect on Wednesday. It has been fairly smooth from the feedback I've gotten so far. We will be meeting again, not next week or not this week, but we will meet again on December 2nd. In the process of working with Sam to finalize an agenda and should publish it the end of this week if at the latest, it would be on Monday of next week. Our meeting will be Wednesday night. So I understand that there's going to be a discussion following this on the funding for the expenditures. We took some action last week, but apparently we need to address that again. So we'll let that happen in due course. So that's about all I have, Chair Baker.
Okay, thank you, Tom. We do have, next item on the agenda is item number 5, update from Dubuque County municipalities. Looking to see if we have any of our mayors or city council folks on in the meeting. I am not seeing any. So we do have another agenda item. Item number 6, discussion and possible action to approve spending authority for public health director. And I think Ed Raber may have a report on this.
Thank you, Chair Baker. This is Ed Raber. In brief, Patrice had touched on this earlier. The Board of Health, there's a memo in your packet, the last things in today's packet. The Board of Health at their most recent meeting had took action to give some spending authority to the health director for things that came up in between their meetings as we moved into providing some face covering regulations at the county level and other things that were going on. It seemed that there was a need to be able to take some action. I want to thank Budget Director Stella Rundy for providing some framework around that to help the Board of Health understand these are the funds that they'd be drawing some of those resources down from. Several of those are existing grants. And as my memo points out, after the Board of Health did that, there were 2 things that the health director was able to quickly, if not laboriously, with Stella's help, manage to take quick action and implement, I think, what the Board of Health wanted to see happen in terms of getting some masks around the county and being a partner in some messaging to Dubuque County. So as we work through that, I'm letting you know that we were successful, the health department was successful in getting the issues that they were trying to address funded with some existing grant dollars. Those grant dollars have a fair number of strings to them, and that's why I said it was somewhat laborious for the health director to try to convince Iowa Department of Public Health to allow that use of some funds. I'm not making, I'm not bringing this up because there's a particular thing that I'm thinking of that may happen, but I'm offering to the supervisors that the 4th fund that the Board of Health or the health director could tap into is that county COVID funding that you have directed to them that is actually quite large. It's over $800,000. They have spent relatively little of it. The way that it normally would go would be the Board of Health would approve some of that, and then that decision would be referred as a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors for their concurrence. That is challenging at a time when we're trying to work on these issues and take some quick action. So within the cap that the Board of Health had provided for the health director of $50,000, I'm offering for your consideration that a small amount within that cap, $10,000, which I brought up just for illustrative purposes, no other reason than that that you might consider providing out of that fund some discretionary spending authority to the health director to be able to use that fund, which I know is valuable local dollars, but in the event that the other funds that are available to us are not able to accomplish something, not because they've run out particularly, but because they are just ineligible uses. And again, I apologize, I may not have a great example for you, but we were able to move quickly on some other things because of that spending authority that the Board of Health had provided. And I hope that if that's what you want, that that would be another tool to provide at the health director's disposal. I'd answer any questions you have. One good first question would be, I apologize, is how much of that $50,000 is left in terms of spending authority? And Stella Rundy has indicated that we've already worked in about $19,000 for a mask purchase that we did last week, as well as about $2,000 that we took from some, that were taken from some Iowa Department of Public Health grants for some participating in some cooperative advertising that Therese Lambert mentioned during her report. So that would leave some quick math, that's $29,000 left.
I'll make a motion to authorize Health Director Lambert to have direct spending authority of $10,000 of the county COVID funding that we've allocated to the health department.
Okay, there's a motion to approve the $10,000 spending authority for the public health director. Is there a second? I will second it. Open for discussion.
Yeah, I'd like some clarification on just the authority and the process we're dealing with. So, you know, I'm on the conservation board, and you know, those expenditures don't come in front of the Board of Supervisors, and that's also a statutory set up board. So I don't know if anyone can enlighten me on the statutes and or process, whether it be in auditing or budgeting, that brings those expenditure authorizations to our meeting here. Now I know we do sign off on claims, and we do that on many other departments, whether it's IT facilities, so on and so forth. But that seems like this is different. And so how did we get here where we're, you know, second, third guessing Board of Health and other expenditures that we've already made for departments?
Supervisor Wickham.
Oh, go ahead, Ed.
I gladly offer your explanation, Stella.
So the reason I think we got here is that it was expressed at the Board of Supervisor level with that funding that they wanted to, the group of you wanted to make the approvals on that. So it kind of took it out the normal process of, like you said, on the conservation board, where it's approved by the board and then signed off on the claims by the Board of Supervisors. The board expressed that they wanted to see those prior to authorizing the spending.
So it's not particularly a statutory
and
thing.
Was that made by just common knowledge or emotion? I don't recall the Board of Supervisors taking action on that, but one of my colleagues may be able to clarify.
Sure. My recollection, it was made through discussion. I don't know if there's a specific motion or not. We'd have to check the records, or if either Supervisor McDonough or Baker has any recollection exactly of that.
This came back through CJ May as well, indicating, and we'll have to probably go back and readdress it, but that my questions were that sum of money that was given $800 and some thousand to the health board would come back for us to have opportunity to approve or deny purchases that is what was discussed.
Supervisor Wickham, this is Supervisor Baker, and this is for anybody that may be listening. I think right now our process seems to be that the Board of Health approves an expenditure, and then they, at the next meeting that they can get on our agenda, they come and get approval before they can move. I think it's gotten to be a bit clunky, and I believe that if we allocate the funds that we have put the faith and trust in the Board of Health, to make those expenditures. I think I've used the term in the past. We've basically moved it from our savings account to our checking account. So I think what this is doing is setting with that process in mind. It's saying that if it's making it a little more nimble, up to $10,000, and so I think it's an improvement. I don't think it's perfect by any means, but I think it's better than what we're doing now.
Right.
Well, maybe did you just state that you're not in favor of the Board of Supervisors reviewing these? If so, then we have a consensus, and it's the opposite of what we're doing.
No, I want to review their claims. Otherwise, I
I know you do.
a lot of money that they have.
Second guess decisions. Supervisor Baker, is this a process you want to do, where you do want to review all the claims prior to purchase?
We do review the claims through our two supervisor process to sign off on claims. So I really don't think it should be any different than the Conservation Board. We sign off on, $100,000 claims from the Conservation Board when they build a bridge.
And that bridge is specifically budgeted. That bridge is specifically budgeted. What's happening in the Board of Health is they have $800,000 at their disposal of 9 volunteers. And that those requests for expenditures in response to COVID need to come to us so that we can be sure they are going to be funded by the appropriate, refunded, and set up to be reimbursed by the appropriate agency. That's why we put extra control in this case.
And I understand that's your position. I'm trying to clarify if that's the board's position. And so one supervisor doesn't rule, as we know.
Voted on this.
So here's my position on this. I'm gonna support this this action because I think it's an improvement, and I think we can have further discussion. And I think in this case, I think that the incoming supervisor should have input on this. There's no sense making a change for 5 weeks. So let's do let's approve the improvement here, the $10,000, and my guess is that it won't be an issue until we have the new board in place, and I think the new board can deal with that. And I'm not, it's not that I don't want to take action on this. I just think it would be appropriate to have the new supervisor be able to have his input on this. So, but I am supporting the $10,000 because I think it's an improvement over what we have.
So my last comment, this is just another proof point of the Board of Supervisors not taking the Board of Health and or their directors' direct recommendations and slowing the process that helps keep people safe.
All right. Understand your opinion. Okay, I believe we had a motion with a second and extensive discussion. Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion, which was to approve a $10,000 spending authority for the public health director. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed use the sign of nay.
Nay.
Carried 2-1. Okay. Is there anything else to be brought up regarding our COVID-19 related issues? Not, we would entertain a motion to recess, as our next meeting will be a special meeting next Monday for COVID-19 at 10 a.m. So it would be Monday, the 30th of November, 10 a.m. Motion to recess would be in order.
So moved.
And I will second that.
Motion made and seconded to recess. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you all, and everyone be well and have a good night. Drive safely.